I never did my camera focus. Oh wait. No, I did do my camera focus. We're good. Hey, resume done. It'll zoom out in a second, I swear. Okay. Be funny if that was the thumbnail. Okie dokie artichokey. Give it a few minutes just to have the stream kick on, everything be good to go. Maybe let people see all the 2 people. I'm okay. I'm okay. Na 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 na. Alright, let's just get started. So, I don't think we saw the reveal. I don't think we have to read about the fate of the Val League. New content and features, added a new playable character class, the Druid, woohoo! Added the new Oracle and Shaman Ascendancy classes for the Druid, added over 20 new skills, primarily primal skills. Added over 35 new supports. Also introduced over 8 new lineage supports, much more powerful supports that are only available in endgame. Nice. Added over 250 new passive skills to the passive tree. Excuse me. Added over 10 new unique items. That's actually kind of low for the, but I mean, they did do the whole, like, Val changing unique items to be kind of foul-born in a way. So it makes sense that they only added 10 new, whereas they had to kind of, like, create the revamped versions of a whole bunch, right? So it makes sense. Added a new weapon class, Talismans. Talismans are two-handed martial weapons that are used for shape-shifting attacks. Equipping a talisman shapeshifts you into an animal form and grants you a basic attack skill for that form. You can swap your chosen form at any time. Awesome. Added 4 new augment items with new modifiers that you can craft onto your items. Wait, what? Added 4 new augment items with new modifiers that you can craft onto your items. Does it mean, like, okay. Interesting. I don't 100% know what that means. But I'm sure we'll find out. Continued to incrementally improve the sound, art, effects, and environment. Alright, Abyss is a core mechanic. Abyss has been added to the core. You can find Abyss encounters in specific campaign areas starting in Act 2. Abyss encounters have been added to the endgame, as well as Abyss tablets and related modifiers. Added an Atlas passive tree for the Rise of the Abyss content. Preserved vertebrae no longer drop. Oh. Interesting. Are preserved vertebrae the ones that guarantee a higher level modifier or something like that? I can't quite remember. updated the Well of Souls quest to account for the fact that abysses no longer spawn in all campaign areas. Alright. General improvements. Significant optimization to CPU performances have been made, yes. These changes both improve the speed of key operations and allows us to utilize more of your CPU cores, resulting in higher frame rates. Overall, you should get at least a 25% boost and significantly less frame spikes when CPU bound. This is especially impactful for heavy gameplay situations. Note that if you are GPU bound, you will not see any improvements from these changes. When GPU bound, lowering rendering settings or using dynamic resolution will improve performance. Okay. Player changes. Tailwind now grants 1% increased movement speed, 2% increased skill speed, previously 3%. I wonder what the move speed was before, or 10% increased evasion from 15 and 1% of damage from deflected hits per stack. Okay. So, Tailwind is still going to be giving move speed. I kind of hoped as a nerf to Deadeye to just... I don't think any Ascendancies should be getting move speed. I also think there should be less move speed on the tree. If they want characters to all be roughly the same speed, they shouldn't isolate speed to be on the deck side of the tree, or give more speed to the other sides of the tree. That's my opinion. I also don't think Ascendancies at all should be getting move speed. Now, obviously, a lot of people don't like that idea because a lot of people just want to move faster, whatever they can do to move faster, so they play Deadeye, you know? And unfortunately, if they still have the move speed, even if both skills get nerfed, I feel like people are still going to find a way to play Deadeye just to be fast, whether they're going to play crossbows, whether they're going to play, you know, anything else that can be played on a Deadeye, any other projectile kind of class that can start at that side of the tree and be okay. People might start it for the move speed. But anyway. That's that. Base unarmed attack time is at 1.65, previously 1.4. Oh, okay. So unarmed got a little nerfed. Not by much though. Modifiers to the number of enemies required to be considered surrounded can no longer reduce the required number of enemies below 1. Oh, rip. So you can no longer be permanently surrounded using that helmet. You are actually going to have one enemy near you to gain the benefits. And I'm pretty sure surrounded is pretty close. You got to keep the enemies pretty close to you to have that benefit. So yeah, surrounded is no longer... It's going to be more of a melee close range kind of tech. It's still... I mean, it would still be good to reduce it to 1, and then you can get all those benefits while there's 1 near you, but you're still going to have to be near. So, like, I used this tech on a ballista build, and I just stayed as far away from the enemies as I can get, like, putting my ballistas down and stuff. I won't be able to use that tech anymore on that kind of build because I stay too far away. So, rage regeneration now pauses rage decay similarly to other means of gaining rage. This means that your rage will never decay while it's regenerating. Nice. So any bit of regeneration for rage will now keep you from never losing it unless you actually spend it. So, cool. All rage spending costs have been changed to 10 rage. Rage no longer causes a visual effect on your character until you have 10 or more rage, so that way you know you can use these abilities. That's cool. Also, I have no idea what rage spending abilities are and what they costed before, so I have no idea if that change has affected really anything. So, physical damage reduction from armor can no longer cause a hit to deal 0 damage. Wow. This is mostly targeted at preventing cases where multi-hitting player skills could deal 0 damage to armored monsters at very low levels. In these cases, the hit will now deal 1 damage. Okay. Yeah, so I guess, like, it's mostly for hitting monsters that it like really came into play. But it's really funny that like a monster that was armored enough, you could do 0 damage to it. Granted, I don't know if doing 1 damage is going to be any better. I guess it depends on what level and how much health they have at that level. But anyway, um, igniting aura effects, including ignited ground, no longer apply infinite ignites. Instead, they apply regular ignites with the standard duration. Will reapply them after they expire. The next time the aura applies flammability to that target, the same as if ignite had been removed from the target. Okay. I'm sure someone had some weird infinite ignite shenanigans going on. Um that probably nerfed. So anyway. Alright. All skills granted by Ascendancy are now automatically activated when granted. Some previously required the player to manually activate them. Okay. Deadeye. Windward has been removed. Bullseye now requires called shots. Bullseye now applies 10 critical weakness, previously 5. Okay. I'm guessing called shots is a node prior to it, so like Bullseye is like a 4-point now rather than a 2-point or something. Or it was maybe Bullseye was after Windward. But anyway, I don't know Deadeye enough to know like the positioning of the nodes. Added a new Mirage Deadeye Ascendancy passive skill, which grants the Mirage Deadeye meta skill. Mirage Deadeye, while active, firing a ranged attack projectile will create a Mirage that uses socketed range attacks for short duration, then vanishes. You cannot create another Mirage for a short time after initially creating one. That's cool. Man, I mean, I almost feel like that's just like a buff. I mean, I guess it just gives more options to Deadeye, right? I don't know if Windward or even Bullseye was really taken before by too many. Maybe Bull. I don't know. I mainly remember just taking Tailwind and like the extra projectile, and that's all that really mattered. I'm sure some people took some of this other stuff, but I guess like even having like the Mirage just seems good too. But anyway. Yep, the contagious contamination, they said this in the I can't remember if I think it must have been the Q&A, I think. Has been removed, so like the poison spreading, because you can just get that from so many other means that it's like a waste of a node. Practical remedies has been removed. Running assault now also grants cannot be heavy stunned while sprinting. Added a new Path Seeker multi-choice ascendancy passive skill with the following choices. Path of the Warrior can allocate passives from the Warrior starting point. Path of the Sorceress can allocate passives from the Sorceress starting point. Each also grant 4 passive skill points. Okay. So more skill points and the ability to start from a new tree as a Pathfinder, which could really open up some interesting stuff. Traveler's Wisdom now requires Path Seeker. Traveler's Wisdom now instead grants attribute passive skills. Offer additional options. Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait, what? Attribute passive skills offer additional options. So instead of taking Strength, Dex, or Int, you can now also choose from 5% increased damage, 5% increased global defenses, or 5% increased cost efficiency. Yo, that seems busted. That seems busted, doesn't it? Okay, Pathfinder. Pathfinder, I feel like, is going to be pretty cracked. I could be wrong, but having every travel node except for the ones you need, like you just get the stats you need, and then everything else you put into like 5% global defenses and just stack ES or something. I don't know. That seems crazy. It's almost like having tattoos. Like Pathfinder is almost like having tattoos from PoE1. Where you just get like offensive or defensive shit for all your extra nodes except for what your needing for attributes. Amazon Elemental Surge rework grants Elemental Surge, now provides when you consume a charge, trigger Elemental Surge to gain 3 Lightning Surges. Now provides Surging Avatar, now provides when you consume a charge, trigger Elemental Surge, instead to gain 2 Lightning, Cold Lightning, and Fire Surges. See, I don't know Amazon enough to understand what that means. And if that's significant or not. Just too dumb. That's gonna happen with a lot of these. I haven't played a lot of Huntress. Really only Ritualist to get like an extra ring slot is all I really cared about. Rituals, for Ritualist, the Ritual Sacrifice Stolen modifier duration is 82 to 120 seconds from gem level 1 to 20. Previously 15 to 19.75. Okay. So, wait. It used to be like a max 20-second duration, and now it's a max of 120-second duration. That's a pretty big buff to it. Quality is now plus 20 seconds to stolen modifier duration, previously plus 2. Okay. It's not easy to quality these skills, unless they did something different. You need to have like an item that I think qualities, like gives like all equality to all your gear, right? Or all your skills. In order to do the class-specific skills, if I'm not mistaken. Corrupted Life Force now also has you deal 15% more damage to enemies affected by Blood Boil. Okay. So basically just having enemies nearby with Blood Boil taken, you're gonna do it's just a 15% more damage multiplier. Yeah, it's actually pretty good. Warbringer. Imploding Impact now also grants fully broken armor you inflict, increases all damage taken from hits instead. Okay. And the Ancestral Warhorn minion summoned by Warbringer's Ancestral Call notable now more consistently hits close-up enemies with the second part of its slam attack. Alright. Hopefully those minions actually freaking work, because I remember I played a Warbringer in, like, I think it was when Huntress came out, and they weren't working. Either that or it was right when PoE 2 launched, I can't remember. And then I know in Abyss League, I was watching Waggle stream a character, and he was using that node, and he didn't have the minions either. So they broke it again in Abyss League after it was already broken and they fixed it once. Let's hope it stays fixed this time. Titan's Surprising Strength has been removed. I don't remember which that one was. Crushing Impact now also grants 25% more damage against heavy stunned enemies. Oh, okay. It's a pretty good more damage multiplier, but it is conditional with the heavy stuns, so. Added a new Mountain Splitter Ascendancy passive, which grants every third slam skill that doesn't create fissures, which you yourself causes, which you use yourself causes 1 additional aftershock ahead and to each side of the initial area. Oh, okay. So, and it requires Crushing Impact, so it's a 4-point node. And for the slam skills that don't create fissures, every third skill is gonna be like a bigger AoE aftershock. That's interesting. My headset just turned off and it scared me. I don't have any sound coming through it, so it just gave up. Alright. I'll have to try to remember to turn that on when I get on like PoE or something. So, Smith Kitava. Each notable connected to the Smith's masterwork notable now grants plus 200 to armor, in addition to its other bonuses. Alright. I did see they changed a little bit, but I didn't actually get to see what they did. So you just get some extra flat armor for each like little node you press, which probably helps mitigate the loss of having like a big body, like body armor. Because I'm pretty sure that's the one where you can't wear body armor, right? So they removed 3 of the nodes. They added some more, which causes your body armor to grant 60% increase. Oh, right, it just can't be rare, right? It has to, or like, it has to be like white. You can wear a body armor, but it has to be like white, I think. Causes your body armor to grant 60% increased glory generation. I don't know what all takes glory these days. I know banners do, but I don't know what else does and how beneficial that would be. But, 100% increased thorns damage. This is interesting. There hasn't been too many ascendancies that really buff thorns too much, so you kind of just went one that made you kind of tanky, and, like, I think you went, like, the Warbringer, just to break armor and make yourself tanky. I think there's definitely a place for Smith of Kitava with granting 100% increased thorns damage now. Granted, that does replace a body armor that gives you flat thorns damage. Like, you won't be able to get a body armor with flat thorns. So, I guess it'll just have to depend on whether 100%... I feel like 100% thorns damage would have to be significantly more than the flat that you get, or else it'd be better just to play Warbringer and use a body armor that just grants thorns. So... the body armor granting 30% increased spirit. I just wonder, I mean, that must just be 30% overall spirit. Like, that's pretty huge, too. Right? Like, you get 100 spirit by maps, so you would just get 130 spirit, right? And does that scale? Is that off of base, or does that scale off of your like all your spirit? Like, if you have 400 spirit worth of gear, are you now getting an extra 120 spirit because of this node, or is it only 30% off of like your base? I don't know. But I could definitely see some like summoner Smith of Kitavas though, just cracking out your spirit. Reduces crit. Yeah, so you just can't be crit, which is, it was 50% before, and now it's 100%. So I'm guessing reducing it by 100% means you just can't be crit anymore, right? Just another way to make Smith of Kitava is already pretty tanky. Heat-proofing now causes your body armor to grant the bonus of being unaffected by all damaging ailments previously just ignite. Ooh, okay. That's awesome. The fire spell and melee hit skill granted by Heat of the Forge on Smith of Kitava now costs no mana when triggering socketed spells. It also now gains 10% increased damage per level, up to 200% increased damage at gem level 20. Alright. I wonder if we'll see that being used more at all. The temper weapon skill granted by against the anvil and Smith of Kitava now costs no mana. The combust triggered by its empowered attack deals 25% more damage at all levels and has a base radius of 3 meters, previously 2.5. Alright, so just rebuffing the against the anvil, which I think got nerfed, didn't it? Like, it was like really good and then got nerfed and now is rebuffed. The manifest weapon skill granted by living weapon on Smith of Kitava now changes target less frequently unless spends more time actively attacking. Additionally, as a mace, now has a cooldown 6 seconds from 10 for its slam skill. Quarterstaff 6 seconds from 10 on its sweep skill. And Spear fixed a bug where the damage dealt while it was dashing towards enemies didn't cover the full distance of the dash. Alright. Infernalist. Seething Body no longer grants while on high Infernal Flame. You and allies in your presence gain 50% of damage as fire damage. Wait, what? Oh, okay, I see. While high on Infernal Flame, you and allies in your presence gain 50% of damage as fire damage. Seething Body now grants Elemental Archon when you cast a spell while on high Infernal Flame. Elemental Archon does not expire while on high Infernal Flame. Lose Elemental Archon on reaching maximum Infernal Flame. Okay. Cool. That could be neat. I mean, it's once again a very conditional thing where you have to try to, like, either you just have to, like, it's an added benefit you get here and there, or you have to try to stay on high Infernal Flame but not hit maximum Infernal Flame. Still not, my favorite way of playing the kind of game of, like, micromanaging your resource like that a bit. Unless there's a way you get it to be, like, some unique item that makes it so you're always on high Infernal Flame or something like that, you know? But anyway. Blood Mage, Whispers of the Flesh now also grant targets cursed by you have 100% reduced life regeneration rate. Okay. That's cool. I always hate regen mobs, so if you're playing a Blood Mage and you happen to have that node, you now just make it so the enemies can't regen off you. Kinda nice. Stormweaver Refracted Infusion now grants when collecting an elemental infusion, gain another different elemental infusion, previously 50% chance. Ah, so now that node makes it so you are guaranteed to get a different infusion when you pick one up. That's cool. I never really played with, like, the collecting infusions. I didn't like the idea of it, but some of the builds I saw with it seemed really good. But Storm's Recollection now also grants remnants can be collected from 50% further away. I thought they already did that. Or they did it for something. I thought they did something to give you, like, distance in picking up. Maybe they just, like, innately made it bigger, and now they just made it even bigger. I don't know. Anyway. Multiplying Squalls now grants +2 to limit of elemental skills, previously 1. Interesting. So, like, any elemental skill with a cooldown, I guess, probably now has, like, +2 charges. So would you have 3 charges total? Does it count your initial one as a base? Either way, it's interesting. Could be very bursty. If you have, like, good clear speed in some way, and then you have a cooldown skill, like if you get just a cracked out meteor or something, you can just drop 3 of them. Or something like that, and just, like, bosses, I don't know. I don't know if you can get to that point, but... Inevitable Agony granted by Inevitability has been updated, now ignores the curse limit, now causes cursed targets to take 50% of hit damage dealt to them while cursed. Again, when the curse expires, previously 20% at gem level 1, scaling to 33% by gem level 20. I don't know Chronomancer very well, so I don't know too much about how good those changes are. Sorry, I needed a drink. Alright. Gemling Legionnaire. Thaumaturgical Infusion now grants 1% to maximum cold res per 3. Blue supported gem socketed, previously 4. 1% to maximum fire res, 3, same with lightning. Okay. So basically, you can get max reses a bit easier now with Thaumaturgical Infusion. What does that smell? It smells like wet dog, but there's no dog anywhere. Maybe it's me. I'm a dog. Thaumaturgical, dynamism? Granted by Advanced Thaumaturgy, notable passive skill now grants a charge once every 5 seconds, previously once every 8 seconds. Okay. I don't know some of the newer gemling changes that they did, or at least I don't remember exactly how all that stuff works. But it seems like you get your charges faster, which is probably good, whatever it is. So the supporting fire skill for Tactician, the supporting fire skill granted by Unleash Hell notable passive skill has been updated. Command, Death from Above cooldown is now 20 seconds, previously 40. Now fires a volley every 0.75 seconds, previously every 2 seconds. Now fires 6 total volleys, previously 4. Now has 14 meter width, previously 7.5. Attack damage is now 763%, previously 1140. Okay. So, damage nerf, well, I think it's a damage increase overall, but, you get it, like, whatever the Death from Above command is now 20 seconds instead of 40, so you get it more often. The volleys come quicker, and they do more volleys, but they lose, and they have bigger AoE, but they lose a little bit of damage. Alright. Strategic Embankment's notable passive skill has been updated. I don't know Tactician at all either. It's one of the ones I haven't played at all. But, Artillery Ballista no longer grants 40% increased immobilization buildup, now grants 20% increased skill speed. Oh. Okay. Okay. That... I guess that's Artillery Ballista, specifically, right? But I think there were some Artillery Ballista skills before. Or builds. Siege Ballista no longer grants 50% increased damage, now grants 25, no longer grants 50% increased damage against immobilized enemies, now grants 25% more damage against immobilized enemies. Wait, what? Oh, so it's just a 25% damage nerf? Is that just what it is? Usually they say no longer, or... They usually say grants 25%... Oh, increased versus more. I see. Okay, never mind. I understand. No, that's a damage buff, I think. Mortar Cannon now grants 25% of damage gained as extra fire from 15. Okay. So mortar is the one that I use, I believe, that does the grenades, right? So so your volley skill gets a bit of a buff, and now you get even more damage gained as extra fire from the mortar cannon. Gives some decent damage options for a mortar based. If I do a mortar build again, I may consider trying Tactician. I would need to read the rest of it. Like, I don't specifically remember the supporting fire skill and how all that works. I think there's something about it needing to, like, you need to, like, actually attack to, like, trigger it and stuff. I don't know. I just have to go read it, but added Spell Totem to the Embankment auras. Spell Totem grants 50% increased crit hit chance. Okay, cool. I also may consider Artillery Ballista because skill speed seems cracked. What's up, Memory Foam? I'm just going through the old patch notes. Witch Hunter. Witchbane now has enemies have maximum concentration equal to 30% of their maximum life, previously 40. This is a buff. Okay. Yeah, I never really messed with it. I like how they had to say that, because, like, so many people probably, like, think of it as a nerf. Because Witch Hunter has that weird concentration. They get, like, you build up, like, the concentration on them, and I think there's, like, or something like that, and there's some kind of, like, I don't necessarily know how it works. I've never really done the concentration thing for enemies, I don't think, on Witch Hunter. But it seems like it's just easier to get them to maximum concentration, which affects one of the nodes for them. that like benefits you, I believe. So um Ceremonia Ablution now instead grants sorcery ward, also protects against physical and chaos damage. Oh, okay. So you can make sorcery ward affect more than just what I think it was, just element before, right? And now it can do physical and chaos. Seems kind of nice. But and protect me from harm now grants 35% less evasion, previously 50% less. Ooh, so you that was like their pretty tanky node, if I'm not mistaken. And now you can like preserve more of your evasion while also having that node. That's pretty huge for monks, I feel like. The Soul Springs Eternal now additionally grants meta skills at 50% increased reservation efficiency. Oh. Wait. Oh no, I think that's a good thing, right? I always get confused with increased spirit reservation efficiency because it sounds bad, but no, I'm pretty sure that's a good thing. I'm pretty sure that makes it so like cast on crit would only be like 50 spirit instead of 100, right? That's actually pretty huge for any like cast on crit or cast on ignite or any of those builds. I think that's what that means anyway. Pretty cool. Unbound Avatar skill granted by And I Shall Rage has been updated. Now has a cooldown of 12 seconds. Wait, what? What was it before? I can't remember. Gain Unbound Fury when you inflict an elemental ailment with a hit on an enemy. No longer has no more than once every 0.2 seconds for each type of ailment. Ah, okay. Shocking and Igniting now grants 1 Unbound Fury, previously 2. So you no longer have the internal cooldown, but you now are only getting 1 instead of 2. And then I guess I don't remember what the 12 second, I don't remember what the cooldown was previously, so. Sounds like that might be an Unbound Fury buff, though, to me. Acolyte of Chayula, Embrace the Darkness now gives plus 10 to maximum darkness per level, previously plus 8. Into the Breach skill granted by Waking Dream, Red Flames now leech 15% life from 7, Blue Flames 15% mana from 7, Purple Flames now last 8 seconds from 5 seconds, Flames are now created closer to the player, nice. There's been a couple, like, not like amazing, but decent Acolyte Chayula builds. And I feel like just making like the purple flames last longer and making the flames closer to the character could improve that a decent bit. So, choice of power, choice of life, and choice of mana now all also grant 50% increase effective remnants and 50% increase remnant pickup range. Ooh, okay. Nice. The Void Illusion skill granted by Grasp of the Void now has a cooldown of 4 seconds at all gem levels, previously 6 to 4. Okay, so you don't have to level it up as much, I guess, to get down to the 4 seconds, but it ultimately still caps at the same amount. The Void Illusion skill granted by Grasp of the Void now deals 350 to 1265 or 1268 attack damage. Previously 185 to 670. Goddamn. That's a bit of a damage buff. Just a little bit. The Illusion skill granted by Grasp of the Void now has 3 cooldown charges, previously 1. Alright. Interesting. Cool. So that's all the ascendancies. So really, I'm pretty sure the Mortar build I played before played Witch Hunter, if I'm not mistaken, which didn't really only got buffs. But I don't think it was for any of the nodes I really used anyway. So, at least so far, nothing has changed for the Mortar build. I have yet to get to the skills section, though, to find out if it got killed there. We'll see. Probably gonna be some bullshit where it takes, like, frenzy charges to summon a Mortar cannon or something. knowing my luck and that build's dead. But anyway, we'll get there. Passive skill tree changes. With the addition of the druid and other new game mechanics, we've added passive support for these throughout the passive tree. There are many new clusters, mostly in the druid area of the tree, and many existing passive skills have been updated. These changes may result in your existing passive tree being forcefully refunded if you had allocated nodes around the areas where the layouts changed. Added more than 250 passive skills to the druid side of the passive tree. Crazy how many more there's going to be to look at and figure out. The values of flammability magnitude on the passive tree have been increased massively. All instances of gaining Flame, Ice, and Lightning Archon have been changed to gain Elemental Archon to better support builds using multiple elements. Archon-related passives on the tree have been adjusted accordingly and condensed. Nice. I do like that they're doing more with making, like, elemental stuff, so that way you can be like a mage doing all the elements. A lot of those are tied to druid ascensions. Well, no. No, I'm pretty sure they said in the Q&A. I'm pretty sure they said in the Q&A that there's 250 new passive trees, and there's the 130 more from Oracle. So if you include Oracle, there's 370, or 380. I'm pretty sure they said that in the Q&A. There's 250 that everyone's gonna see. I'm pretty sure in the Q&A they said that. I like to preface everything with I could be wrong. So that's very, very possible. Yeah, but that doesn't mean it's Oracle specific. I don't know. We'll see. If I knew where it was, I'd pull up the section with Ziggy D where they talked about it, because I don't think they specifically said, but there was something where, like, Ziggy said, I can't believe you added 250 new passives and then also added 130 from the Oracle. And they didn't correct him, I guess. I'm pretty sure that's, like, the wording Ziggy used. You didn't watch the 3 hours Ziggy blabber. In the reveal video, they said certain ones only show up based on Ascension. I could be wrong. Anyway. Even if it is 120, because I know they said 130. Either way, that's 120 new ones. That's still a lot. Even if that is the case. So. But yeah. The Holopalm Technique Keystone now grants 1% more attack speed per 75 item evasion rating on equipped armor items. Previously 25. Oh shit, so Holopalm nerf, okay. That's actually like that's a pretty significant nerf, right? So slower attacks and less attack speed. But I mean, I guess we were already able to get some pretty frickin' cracked attack speed. I said what you were gonna say. Nice. Oh, my dog's outside barking for a little bit. Hopefully it won't be too long. The Walker of the Wilds Keystone has been removed from the passive tree, and its effects have been moved onto a newly added lineage support. Okay, I don't... Problem is with some of these passive changes is I don't have them all memorized, so I don't know what they do. I could pull up, like, POB and look, but either way. The Elemental Equilibrium Keystone now grants cold infusion remnants you create are fire, or are instead fire. Fire infusion remnants you create are instead lightning, and lightning infusions you create are instead cold. Okay. And that says it now wait. It now grants. Is that as opposed to what it did before, or does that mean in addition to what it did before, it now does that? Interesting nonetheless. I probably I think I'm almost, unless it turns out to be like really trash, I think I'm almost guaranteed to play some kind of sorcerer, because the whole like casting with infusions, I never mess with it too much, and I am curious to try one. I'm not league starting as it. I'm gonna wait till someone finds a good build and then I can copy it. But but it's definitely something that I want to do eventually, because I do like the look of some of these, like especially like the firestorm following you and stuff. Like I don't know if like you can get that to be a build that works or whatnot, but yeah. Something tells you druids are gonna be like Amazon and point two. You didn't play point two, just watch a lot of it and be absolutely nutty, and then get hammered the next league, but still playable, obviously. Yeah, they even said in the Q&A, it's funny because like when I was watching the reveal, I was like, the druid's abilities, they look really cool, but it looks kind of weak in the showcase, you know? And then in the Q&A, that was one of the first things that Ziggy said, was like, let's get this out of the way right away. The druid looks a little weak, and they even said they're like, yeah, in our demonstration we like didn't use real stats because we wanted people to be able to like see the attack animations and see what the attacks were doing. And because of that, it made the druid look a little weaker than it was, but he was saying people in alpha are saying that druid is actually crazy. So, I very much I might be starting druid. I'm not sure yet. It looks really cool. Like even just caster druid looks cool. Like I like the tornadoes and the vines and all that. It like visually looks awesome. Even if I didn't mess around with forms too much, I think it looks pretty cool. Yeah, the runes. Yeah, shaman seems pretty cracked. Like Oracle, it's hard to tell because we don't know what all the passive nodes do. But shaman just looks so good. Like between that elemental storm that's just like firing off elemental skills everywhere, I don't know how strong that gets. Like between that and like the passive rage generation, um and then I don't know, like somehow the bear I think can turn rage into endurance charges. I could see some kind of tech where you're a shaman, um building up endurance charges. And isn't there a node on the tree that makes it so instead of endurance charges you get like a different charge instead? Or is that for the other two? Is that for like frenzy and power but not endurance? My thought process was, if you can somehow hyper generate charges and then just play like a spell totem build, right? I don't know. Because there's the new spell totem, but it takes charges to use it. But if you can figure out a way to get insane charge generation, you could just play you know, you could just play like a spell totem kind of build. I don't know. Would be kind of cool eventually. Make a mortar cannon blood magic bear. Oh man. Yeah, I think there's gonna be a lot of cool antics with this stuff, but yeah. Anyway. Where were we? We're right here. The Crimson Assault Keystone passive now also grants 50% more magnitude of bleeding you inflict. Okay. So, whatever it did before, and now also more magnitude of bleeding. There's just a buff to bleeding wherever that passive node is. Not sure how. Yeah, I mean, it's similar to what they did. It's similar to what they did with the Ancestral Warchief totem now, right? Ancestral Warchief requires endurance charges. Although, people figured out a way to get like a good amount of endurance charges, I think, because people were playing that and they were getting up to like it bypassed the limit. I don't know if Spell Totem is going to do the same, but Ancestral Warchief didn't have a limit to the amount of totems you could have. So people got like insane endurance charge generation and would just spawn like 25 Ancestral Warchief totems, and it would actually lag out the game because it would be so insane. So if you can do a similar thing with Spell Totem, it could be kind of crazy. We'll see though. But yeah, no, I generally like. I mean, we're both fans of totem builds, so hearing that there's a restriction on making it so we can't just pop down 5 totems and watch them go to work, is obviously kind of sad. I'm actually really scared that that's going to be the case for Mortar Cannon. I'm really worried I'm going to get down to the nerfs of this tree. Like, I'm going to get to the gem changes, which is actually, like, the next thing coming up. And I feel like it's going to be, like, Mortar Cannon now requires 3 Frenzy Charges to summon. I'm predicting it now, but we'll see. Yeah, well, the problem is innately PoE 2 has a problem. No, that's not there, you don't think? Okay. Spoilers! No, I'm just kidding, it's fine. um but but PoE 2 has this innate problem, which is an issue because I really love PoE 2, but I really love one-button builds. I like spawning totems that kill shit for me. I like playing RF that kills shit for me. But PoE 2's, like, philosophy is they want you using multiple abilities and comboing off of each other. Like, that's the whole point. That's why there's so many skills that combo off of each other, because they want you doing that. They don't want just one-button builds, which is why they're hammering these like totems to not just be, you can't just play like a pure totem build, right? Like, they don't want it to be played like that. They want the totems to be an extra thing that goes along with your kit, where you're doing your full combo, you happen to build up 3 charges, then you spawn a spell totem. But yeah, that's like where I innately like kind of disagree with PoE 2's like logic in that regard. But it's so funny because everything else about PoE 2 I really love. So just limit the number of spell totems you can put down, or implement a small damage reduction for each totem dropped after the first with a max number of totems you can place. Yeah. They'll never get rid of one button builds. Yeah, yeah. I mean, we'll see. I'm not disagreeing with you. I think it will be really hard for them to get rid of one button builds, um but yeah. The only problem is, like, depending on how they do the balance, they could get to the point where like they're very limiting, where like yes, there might be one button builds, but there might only be 1 or 2, rather than like almost every build is one button build these days. Not every build, but a lot of them. But anyway, added 3 new attack area of effect clusters to the monk part of the passive tree. Okay, so just some more AoE for monks, I guess. Or at least the monk side. I guess that could be good. I mean, AoE is always nice, right? It just specifically attacks, but added 2 projectile speed clusters to the passive tree in the mercenary section. Okay. Added a new bow cluster and modified a projectile cluster in the ranger section of the tree, granting surpassing chance to fire an additional... Wait, what? Granting surpassing chance to fire an additional arrow? Wait, what is that? Does that mean it's like... it gives enough percent chance that it makes it so you guaranteed fire an additional arrow? Is that what it's trying to say? I don't really know what that means. But anyway. Added a new cluster between Witch and Monk called the Remnant Attraction. It doesn't tell you what it does. Oh, I guess you can just read it and know what it means. It's a pickup range for remnants, I bet. Okay. Keep reading and you'll see why that's there and what it means. Oh, okay. Principal Infusion now has remnants can be collected from 30% further away, previously 20. The Grand Tribute notable from the Heart of the Well unique jewel now has remnants can be collected from 80% further away if you have at least 100 tribute, previously 50. Okay. More pickup from that. Small nodes on the passive tree that grant remnant pickup range now grant remnants can be collected from 20% further away, previously 15%. Alright, more remnant pickup range from 25%, previously 20. Just all kinds of remnant pickup range. That's nice. The remnant, like, pickup is probably the most deterring thing. Like, if you're gonna tell me, it's the same thing with Acolyte Achayula. Acolyte Achayula and all the new elementalists, like elemental skill like things for the remnants. It's all like just, I don't know. Like if you tell me I have to run around and pick things up, it feels too micromanagey. It feels like it's gonna slow me down from running the map. And that's why I never played one in the last league, because I didn't want to bother trying to pick up remnants. And the one time I played Acolyte at Chayula, I hated running around picking up all those fucking things. You really like the statue character effect thing? It's funny and quirky, but it starts way too quick. Yeah, I like that whole pack. I'm most likely buying that $90 pack. The full $90 version. The small passive connected to the Invigorating Grandeur and Everlasting Glory notables now grant 20% increased presence, area of effect, instead of skills. A chance to not consume glory. Wait, what? The small passive connected to the Invigorating Grandeur and Everlasting Glory notables now grant 20% increased presence, area of effect, instead of skills, a chance to not consume glory. So does more presence AoE in the small nodes on the way. Interesting. Once again, I don't know where those wheels are, but it's like a weird change to go from like presence replacing something that like has to do with glory. Like I feel like those are like two different things. When you're a statue, you can't cast your portal till you move. Oh, really? Does it? So will it start making a statue like in maps if you stop moving for a few? That's funny. I assumed it would only work in like safe areas. I wonder if that's a bug. I just assumed it only worked in safe areas, but huh, interesting. The Pure Power notable no longer grants 2% increased lightning damage per 10 int. Instead, now grants 10% more maximum lightning damage. Okay, so 10% more maximum. I still feel like that's a powerful node, but I wonder if that's a nerf. Let's say you normally get like 250, maybe 300 int at the max. That'd be... I guess that would be 600... No. Nope. That's not right. If you got 300 per 10, that would be 30 times 2, that'd be 60% increased damage, or 10% more to your maximum. I'm actually not sure if that's a buff or a nerf. It sounds like it's a nerf if you have a lot of int, but it sounds like it's a buff overall. Like, if you don't have, like, a lot of int. Because it's also increased versus more. But it's also maximum, which just raises the max you can hit, not, like... Which I guess does raise the average, but anyway. Wildstorm no longer grants 15% more maximum lightning damage. It instead now grants gain 4% of damage as extra lightning damage, 4% of damage as extra cold damage, and plus 10 to dex. Okay, that's a nerf. That's a nerf, I'm pretty sure. I'm really bad with how gain as extra calculates, but I'm fairly certain that's a pretty big nerf to that node. Rename Tandem Assault Passive Tree node to Hunting Companion with no changes to functionality. Okay, just change the name. Change the stats on several small passive tree nodes around the Inspiring Ally, Hunting Companion, Sick'em, and Nourishing Ally nodes. Companion Cluster. Small passive skills now generally no longer grant both companions deal increased damage and increased damage while your companion is in your presence. Okay. Shouldn't affect the one companion build that I want to play. So we'll see. We'll have to keep reading and see. Alright, on to the gem changes. We still have so much more to go. It's insane how long these patch notes are. This might be all we're doing tonight. We'll see. Because, I mean, we still have gem changes, skill changes. Well, that's part of the gem changes. Oh my god. Unique item changes, which I don't care. I'm like, I do want to skim them. I don't care as much. Item changes. Jesus, endgame changes. Okay, it's just a bunch of tablet stuff. We'll be able to skim through that though. Oh, patch note. Oh, PoE patch notes. You're wild. Gem changes are definitely like one of the most important for me to go through though. Alright. Crescendo 1, 2, and 3 are now int gems instead of dex. Interesting. I don't remember which one that one is, but it's just a change in that. Perpetual Charge is now an int gem from dex. Mark for Death is now a strength gem, previously dex. Gamble Shot is now an intelligence, previously dex. Bramble Slam is now a strength, previously dex. Disabled the Font of Rage support gem. Ooh. They're like, we have too much rage generation shit going on here. We need to fix that shit. Disabled the Ricochet 3 support gem. The Inevitable Critical support has been renamed to Inexorable Critical 1 support. Okay. World Drop lineage supports are now less common overall. Specific lineage supports have been adjusted relative to others. Okay. I'm honestly okay with, like, there were some lineage supports where I just had, like, 15 of them in my stash because they just weren't worth anything, and I just hadn't vendored them yet. It would be kind of nice if they were, maybe buffed up to be a little stronger and a little less common. I like the idea of having chase items like that. And finding them as being, like, exciting to find one rather than just being like, oh, probably another dog shit one that sells for nothing. So, Atuli's Bloodletting lineage support now grants 2% extra fizz damage per 20 life cost, previously per 10 life cost, up to 40%, and no longer has a cost multiplier. Oh. Interesting. That's funny because that sounds like it would be good, but if you really think about it, it's actually not good. Because when you're using this, you want to do as much, like, life cost as you can to be able to reach that 40% damage. And the fact that the gem has no cost multiplier means it won't make your gem cost more life to use it and stuff. So it probably makes it just a little bit harder now. You have to be, what? It's 2% extra at a cap of 40. Which means, that would be... you would have to proc this 20... It would have to be 20... Yeah. Sorry. You would need like a 400 life cost, right? I think. If I did that brief math in my head right, I think you would need a 400 life cost on your skill to be able to do 40% extra damage every time. Anyway. Zoph's Pyre now grants supported skills gain 40% of fire damage as extra chaos damage, previously 20. Ooh, okay. I'm pretty sure I played a build that actually used Zoph's Pyre as well. So that's just like a straight up buff, if I can remember what build that was. Esh's Radiance skill gains 40% of lightning damage as extra chaos damage, previously 20. Nice. Tell Stillness, it's just as cold as chaos, is that they just all got buffed. Olnatel's Embrace now grants supported skills. Oh, physical. Okay, never mind. That was the same thing. They all just got buffed. From 20 to 40. For all the different Fizz is extra, cold is extra, all that. Einar's Beast Strike now grants killing blows from supported strike skills against rare monsters, grants 2 of their modifiers for 5 minutes, previously 40 seconds. Oh, damn. Okay. So you can get like a little mini headhunter if you're using a strike skill that kills a rare, and they last a long time. That's actually kind of crazy how long that lasts. Zarok's Refrain now grants supported spells echo 3 times, previously 2, and now grants echoes from supported spells have 40% increased AoE. That's pretty sick. Uruk's Smelting now grants fully breaking armor with supported skills, causes effective targets to permanently take 5% increased Fizz damage, up to 20%, previously 2% up to 20%. Okay, so you get like the stacking, deal more damage more often. Or like a higher number per full armor break. Valenta's Propulsion now grants 75% of increases and reductions to cast speed, also apply to projectile speed for supported skills. Previously 50%. Okay. That's cool. So you get some proj speed for your cast speed. I didn't even know that gem existed before, but now you just get even more. Nice. On Citadel no longer has supported skills have 30% less area of effect, or supported skills deal 30% less damage with hits. Oh, wow. I don't remember what On Citadel does, but now it just doesn't have the downside. It's just all benefits, whatever it did before. It's pretty sick. Tekrod's Revenge now grants minions from supported skills die 20 seconds after their life has been reduced to 0, previously 10 seconds, and minions from supported skills gain 40% increased attack and cast speed when their life is reduced to 0. Oh, wow. I wonder if that's like a tech to like leave your minions really floppy, but use Tekrod's Revenge. And that when their life hits 20, or when their life hits 0, you get 20 seconds of 40% attack and cast speed. That's interesting. I really could see that being a strategy of just don't take any minion life on the tree and just let your minions die with that gem socketed. So that way they just go frickin' apeshit. That'd be kind of a cool way to play too, I feel like. Rigwald's Ferocity now has supported skills have 30% increased attack speed if used in weapon set 1. Previously 20% more attack speed. That's a nerf, right? 30% increase, I'm pretty sure, is less than 20% more. I'm pretty sure that's a nerf. Ratha's Assault now grants supported skills load 5 bolts when you dodge, previously 3. Ooh, and supported skills load 4 additional bolts, previously 3. Nice. Wait, what? Load 5 bolts when you dodge, previously 3, and supported skills load 4 additional bolts, previously 3. And it now has supported skills that have increased attack speed. Damn. This was already a good gem to use on one of the crossbow builds that I played. We actually used this and it was pretty good. Now it's just even better. I'm a little confused by this part though. Supported skills load 5 bolts when you dodge, and then it loads 5 or 4 additional bolts? Why doesn't it just say that it loads 9 bolts? Previously 6. What's the difference? Why does it load 5 and then 3 extra? But I don't understand why it's worded that. Maybe I'm dumb. Anyway. Arjun's Medal now grants a 100% chance to load a bolt into all crossbow skills on dealing a killing blow, a supported skill, previously 35. Oh, wow. Just a guaranteed bolt back when you kill. That could be pretty huge, too. Comb's Madness now grants supported skills deal 20% less damage, previously 40%. Okay, downside is just a little better. Tahoa's Tending now grants totems created by supported skills have 25% more life, previously 50. And now Tahoa's Vengeance Explosion deals physical damage equal to 20% of totems max life, previously 10. Alright. So, it gets less more max life, but it's gonna explode for more damage. Or more of the totem's life and damage, so that makes sense. It's a buff nerf. One of those. Aziri's Allure now has supported skills have 20% less curse effect. Previously 25. Darkran's Resolve now grants maximum critical hit chance with supported skills is 50%. Also no longer grants supported skills become unusable after you have moved 20 meters. Supported skills become unusable again after use. Okay. That one confused me a little bit too, but we're just gonna move on, because we have a lot to cover. Kurgel's Leash now grants, I was just, the reason why I was confused is because I'm not sure if it's saying it no longer does this last part here. Supported skills become unusable again after use. Or if it's saying it no longer makes it so it's unusable after moving 20 meters, and now it just does this. I don't know. That's why it confused me a little bit, but anyway. Kurgel's Leash now grants gain Unholy Might for 15 seconds on commanding minions from supported skills, previously 5 seconds, and now also grants minions from supported skills gain Unholy Might for 15 seconds when commanded. Alright. So just a longer Unholy Might. Seemingly. Arakali's Lust now grants supported skills deal 8% more damage with hits for each poison on the enemy up to 40%. Previously 6% more up to 30. Okay. More poison shit. Was it you, Memory Foam, that wanted to play a poison build? There you go, little poison buff. Maybe. Are poisons based on the hit? I think they are, right? Because, I mean, I guess if they're not based on the hit, then getting more damage with hits probably isn't as important. Takati's Ire now has poisons from supported skills deal damage 2% faster per rage, previously 1%. Okay. That's pretty cool. Get, like, more rage and shit. Isn't there... Oh. Yo, wait. I don't know if you can get it because it might be in, like, the druid section of the tree. But maybe that's where Pathfinder comes in, being able to start in that area. If you can make it to it. I'm pretty sure they talked about a notable that makes it so you don't gain inherent benefits from rage anymore, but you have double the rage capacity. Wouldn't that make Takati's ire? Like, if your previous rage cap was like 20, it's now 40. Which would then just make Takati's ire, like, that much better. What's up, Bombo? How's it going? That's interesting. I could definitely see some antics if you can get the notable that doubles your rage and going a poison build with this gem. I could definitely see this being good. We'll see though. A-list chimes. You're slowly reaching the fun stuff. I don't know if it's actually fun or if it's gonna hurt me. I know, I'm looking forward to it. I see it right there. It's right here at the bottom. Skill changes. That's what I'm really interested in. So far, they haven't nerfed the build that I wanted to go, but we'll see. We're also not in the skill gem section, so. A-list chimes now grants 25% chance to gain power charges when expending combo with supported skills per combo expended. This chance can exceed 100%. Okay, previously 10%. Gotcha. Arbitor's Ignition now has a 100% chance to gain Elemental Archon on igniting an enemy with supported skills. Previously 20%. Poison is looking good with the exception of the removal of Contagious. Well, yeah, there's multiple ways of spreading poisons, isn't there? I think removing that node is fine. Personally, I think that. Because of just the other sources. Was it amazing? I thought, like, the few poison builds I played dropped that node entirely just because you could get the spreading... You got the spreading poisons elsewhere. So you didn't even need it. But maybe I'm misremembering for the one poison build I played. I could be misremembering. Free 30 Spirit Herald spreading your strongest poison. Yeah, I guess that's fair. Isn't there also a support gem? Granted, that removes some of the damage you do. Where you don't need the Herald either, you just run the support gem and it spreads. Maybe there wasn't. And then you make it play in with your Herald of Blood and you're basically an auto bomber with Windwalker. But just wait, keep reading, okay. We'll keep going. Nova projectiles no longer causes supported skills to gain 4 additional projectiles. Or supported skills now deal 40% less damage. Wait, what the hell? Oh, that sucks. Oh, that's kind of a bummer. That's a pretty big nerf to Nova projectiles. But okay, Nova projectiles too. Let's just keep reading, I suppose. Cheap viewers on Shut the Fuck Up, you stupid bitch. Nova projectiles 2, causing supported skills to gain 6 additional projectiles, deal 50% less damage, and applying a cooldown to. Oh, yeah, it's a cooldown. Okay. Already a cheap viewer, okay. I already have enough cheap viewers. Oh man, okay. Piety's Mercy renamed to Dominus Grasp. Oh wow, cool, glad I read that. Dominus Grasp now instead grants supported skills chain 100% more times. I don't know what it did before, so alright. Um, Chain 1 support no longer grants supported skills chain 100% more times. Now grants supported skills deal 30% less damage with hits. Previously... Wait, what? Wait, what does chain 1 do then? I'm confused. No longer grants supported skills chain 100% more times now. I don't know why reading this is just kind of funny because it sounds like it got rid of the only thing that chain 1 does, and now instead it just makes your skill do less damage. It's just like, hey, you want the support gem? All it does is make you do 30% less damage because it no longer chains. Chain 1 no longer chains. No, I'm guessing it still chains once, right? At least? I imagine if you're using chain 1. It's just funny way of wording it. Like, I'm sure it makes sense. It's just funny. Chain 2 support no longer grants skills chain 100% more times, and now grants... Yeah, see, this is what I think it needed. Now grants supported skills chain +2 times, previously +1. I'm guessing chain 1 is +1, chain 2 is +2. Now grant supported skills deal 50% less damage, previously 40. Chain 3 no longer grants chain 200% more times. Now skills chain +2 times. Oh, but no downside, I'm guessing? Is that the benefit of using chain 3 over chain 2? Is you don't get the 50% less damage anymore? Maybe? I guess we'll see. Culmination 1 support, more damage per combo, has a cap of 10 combo. Culmination 2, I don't really know these, like, the whole combo ones very well. Stormfire support now causes enemies shocked by supported skills to take a percentage of ignite damage as lightning damage as well as fire. Previously, shocks from supported skills do not expire and ignited or on ignited enemies. Ah. So no more infinite shocks from Stormfire. That sucks. That's a little bit of a nerf to the whole strategy of Infernalist with your Hound igniting enemies and running Stormfire on a just shock lightning, like a shock bot, like singles Storm Mage or whatever they're called. It's gonna be harder to keep your shock up from your Storm Mage now, I feel like. Living lightnings attacks now. I love the start of this sentence. Living lightnings attacks now deal the same amount of damage for each hit in the chain, previously erroneously dealing less damage per subsequent hit in the chain. Okay. That's cool. Living Lightning 2 now has a cooldown of 8, previously 5. Longer cooldown, okay. A few bad copy pastas. I find it funny, I'm okay with it. Enraged Warcry and Rage Forge supports are now treated as spending rage. Oh, okay. Upheaval and Branching Fissure supports are no longer restricted to melee attacks. They can now support any skill which creates fissures. Gotcha. That could be nice for I don't know what that can be nice for. Probably something. The skill changes give you a bit of a chub thinking of all the baby rage coming. Oh no. Okay. But then also the happy videos too. Is Lightning Arrow dead? I know they already said they like nerfed the shit out of what are they called? They already said in the Q&A that they nerfed The not the lightning arrow, but the lightning little wieners they stick in the ground. I can't remember what they're called. But I know they nerfed the shit out of those. But yeah, I wonder how much, like, I guess just by what you're saying, I wonder if it's mostly, like, lightning arrow and, like, the really fast builds you're talking about. But, yeah, I'm curious to see what gets hit. Um, Impact Shockwave support now actually makes Aftershocks, allowing interactions with Aftershock-specific area and damage modifiers. Previously, it was actually a variant of Melee Splash, which did not benefit from those. This also allows a strike to cause both an Impact Shockwave Aftershock and a Melee Splash from the same hit. Okay. Impact Shockwave can now support non-strike wind attacks. Interesting. That sounds kind of neat. Sounds like a good thing, right? I think? Alright. Let's go. The frozen mandible monster can once again no longer be bound as a specter or tame beast. Rip the frozen mandibles. Buff summon specter variants of certain monsters in each act and their endgame variants. Further details on which monsters have been adjusted will be posted separately prior to release. Okay. Holy shit. Bro. Go away. Yo, why do I still see it? You've been banned. Do you guys still see that message? Or did it go away for you? Because I still see it. Oh, did you not even see the one that just came up? I see. It was popped up as a likely ban evader from me. So I think it hit it automatically from you guys. But I just banned him anyway. Just shows permabanned under it and says it's gray. Gotcha. Okay. Just wanted to make sure y'all can't see his freaking advertised spamming shit. Okay. Back to the fun stuff now. Yeah, so Frozen Mandibles were nerfed, but some Spectres are buffed. They'll go over that later. Palm skill movement has been adjusted to reduce cases in which the player successfully uses a skill but fails to hit the enemy after dashing. Alright. Ice fragments created by skills such as from escape shot and ice tipped arrows are now only able to hit each enemy once per group of fragments created. You could apparently shotgun before, but now you can't. Okay. The per target hit limits on Firestorm, Ice Storm, Rain of Arrows, and Hailstorm rounds are now displayed. Whirlwinds now take on elementals from overlapping allied elemental ground for 8 seconds, previously 4. Added wind type to the following skills. Ooh, okay. So this is important. Wind type is important for the whole spreading of ignites, if you care, or like spreading any of like the ailment. Wait, is it only ignites or does wind spread? No, I think wind only spreads ignite, right? But yeah. Twister, Whirling Slash, Wind Blast, Wing Blast, Whirlwind, Lance, Wind, Serpents, Fury, Tornado, Tornado Shot, and projectiles created by Staggering Palm. You actually interested in hitting POB for some Smitha-Katava research once we get the updates to it? Smitha-Katava does look really interesting. One, for possible Thorns builds. I'm not sure if the 100% increased Thorns is enough to justify not having Thorns on the body armor, because there were some Thorns builds before and they were pretty cool. I actually played one through the campaign to maps and it was pretty fun. It's on the slower side, But now with less monsters and them having more life and like the game being slowed down a little bit anyway, I really may consider a Thorns character. And Smith of Katava getting 100% increased Thorns on the body armor might be good. But yeah, just keep reading. I'm reading, okay? I'm getting there. Fix the following skills having modifiable limits that were not described as limits: Frozen, Locust, Earthquake, Earth Shatter, Shield Wall. These skills can also be supported by... can now also be supported by Overabundance. Okay. Interesting. One eternity later. Acidic Concoction can no longer consume poison nor trigger acidic burst from inanimate objects like Vine Arrow's plans. Okay. Invocation skills now have 0.2 second cooldown. Freezing Salvo is now offered as a tier 3 skill gem. I don't know what it was before, so oh well. Wind Blast tier 3, Attrition tier 4, Vaulting, yeah, tier 4, whatever. Ice Tip tier 5, yeah. Ancestral Cry, Volcanic Eruption now deals up to 211, previously 105 at gem levels 13 to 20. Now triggers Volcanic Steps every 1.2 meters traveled, previously on Footstep. Okay. Ancestral Warrior Totem no longer has 25% less totem attack speed. Nice. Arc now has 50% increased magnitude of shock inflicted instead of 50% more magnitude of shock inflicted. Increase instead of more, so shock nerf for Arc. I know like Arc and shock builds were like pretty cracked. They said in the Q&A that they were doing some nerfs to shock. Arctic Armor now deals 8 to 12 cold damage per stage at gem level 4, previously 16 to 24, scaling to 101 to 152, previously 304. Okay. But it has 100% more freeze buildup. And has 100% more magnitude of chill inflicted. Okay. Armor Breaker now deals 181% of attack damage, previously 156. Hits now break 11 to 4,918 armor, previously 4,098. Okay. So just an overall just buff to Armor Breaker, I suppose. Attrition. Wait, what does Attrition do? I can't remember what Attrition does. Whereas there's 30 spirit instead of 60. I mean, half spirit cost for whatever that was. Big Ball Lightning changes, what the heck. Ball Lightning now deals 2 to 33 lightning damage, gem level 11, previously 1 to 19. Scaling up to 6 to 105 lightning damage at gem level 20, previously 4 to 70. Now has 375% more chance to shock, previously 750%. Fire Infused Explosions now deal... let's just skim that. Now deal more damage. Ignited Ground now ignites as though dealing 200 to 300 fire damage at gem level 11. Scaling up to like 1,000 damage at gem level 20, previously 600. Okay. So the Ignited Ground is better. Overall, just more damage for Ball Lightning. All kinds of goodies. Barrier Invocation. Half spirit cost. That's nice. Cast on minion death. Half spirit cost. Alright. Charge Regulation. No longer grants more skill speed while you have Frenzy Charge. Now grants 24 to 25% increased skill speed while you have a Frenzy Charge. At gem level 14 to 20. Wait, what? So you just don't get the skill speed when you're lower when it's lower level? Or am I... is that what that's saying? I guess? No, more versus increased. Never mind. I see. I'm an idiot. I keep missing that. It's just, additive skill speed instead of multiplicative skill speed. So it's a nerf to charge regulation. Okay. Fire infused comets now deal more damage, scaling to more damage at higher gem level. Okay. So fire infused comets deal a butt ton of damage in comparison to what they did before. Detonating arrow now deals more damage. Nice. Disengage now grants 2 frenzy charges on consuming the parry debuff at gem level 8 up to 3 frenzy charges at gem level 16. Okay. Elemental Conflux reduced from 100 spirit to 60. Elemental Invocation now has 25 to 68% increased energy gain at gem level 8 to 20, previously 12 to 57. So just more energy gain from that. Electrocuting Arrow now has attack speed of 110% of base, previously 80%. Now deals a little bit less damage, and they convert more of their fizz to lightning. Okay. I'd say that's probably a buff, right? For Electrocuting Arrow. I think. Unless I read something wrong there. Escape Shot Ice Fragments now have an explosion radius of 2 meters, previously 1.5. Ice Fragments now deal 45 to 131 damage, previously more damage than that. Now fires 3 ice fragments projectiles, now equal to blah blah blah. Crossbow's eaten well. Yeah, there's like a couple of like the real fancy gems. The what are they called? Not transfigured gems. I almost went PoE 1. The whatever the fancy gems are, that one like dodge roll one that loads bolts is buffed, so that already seems pretty good for crossbows, let alone whatever else there is. Just didn't get touched, small buffs that are nice. Yeah, if anything, a lot of the crossbow builds did the surrounded tech, which the surrounded tech is now nerfed a little bit. Unless you're up close. Surrounded tech will still be fine as long as you get near enemies a lot. But if you're a ranged character, the support tech is kind of dead. But so you lose a little bit of damage from that. Unless you just play, like, get up close crossbow. Then you can still gain benefits from it. Don't need it. Yeah, you didn't really need it. Explosive Spear now... Oh, wait, no. Yeah, no, we're good. Explosive Spear now grants +1 limit of lodged spears every 8 gem levels. Frenzy chart. Oh, that's kind of interesting because you might be able to get it. What would that be? 8, 16. You could probably pretty easily get it to 24, which would get you that extra limit. Getting another 8 past that would be very challenging. Might not be worth it, but... Frenzy Charge Empowered Explosions now deal 724%, previously 543. Now has 100% increased Ignite effect, previously 0. Okay. Explosion length is now increased from 4.5... or from 4 to 5.9 meters. And updated the visuals. Okay. Eye of Winter... Eye Projectile now travels a much longer distance. Eye Projectile now has 25% less base projectile speed. And cooldown is now 10 seconds, previously 15. Alright. Fangs of Frost now has 157% more freeze buildup, previously 107. Explosion now has 314 freeze buildup, previously 428. Now has equal magnitude of chill inflicted as freeze buildup. Explosion chilled ground is now 8 seconds, previously 4. Flame Blast cooldown time is 10 seconds, previously 15. Fragmentation rounds now has bolts pierce 2 targets at gem level 1, scaling to bolts pierce 5 targets at gem level 24, previously 2 at all gem levels. Base projectile speed has been increased by 50%. That's pretty good. I'm pretty sure fragmentation rounds was a pretty good one to at least level as. Just makes it even better. That's pretty cool. Freezing Mark no longer causes an explosion. Instead, freezing the marked target grants a buff that grants grants a damage extra as cold for a duration or until you mark another target. Gotcha. I think they talked about that during the Druid preview. Frostbolt now has 195% more magnitude of chill inflicted. No longer has chills enemies as though dealing more damage. Okay. A lot of, like, freeze and chill stuff that I just don't know how, like, it worked before to know if it, like, needed some of this stuff or not, so a lot of it's kind of, like, going over my head a little bit, but that's fine. I get the gist of it. I also don't know if 195% more magnitude of chill inflicted is better than chills enemies as though dealing more damage. I don't know which one's like more powerful there, so it's just like some of those little things just go over my head a little bit, but anyway. Lightning infused Frostwall now deals more damage, scaling up to more damage at gem level 20. Now has equal magnitude of chill inflicted as freeze buildup. Frozen Locust no longer deals 80% less damage if destroyed within 0.5 seconds by something other than you. No longer creates chilled ground. Ice Crystal no longer has collision. Now correctly works with increases to limit. Frozen Locust, Ice Crystal no longer have a hidden less damage taken from allies. Instead, they now have a hidden more damage taken from monsters, and the life of the Frozen Locust Ice Crystals has been greatly increased at later levels. This change has been made to make Frozen Locust stronger with things that scale off Ice Crystal's life, while keeping the amount of damage to destroy the crystal from both players and monsters roughly the same. Frozen Locust Ice Crystal has 27 and 9536 maximum life. Oh wow, okay. From 430 to 1364. Alright, Gathering Storm. Perfect timing window has been increased. Now has a much higher dash range. Shockwave now has maximum 20 shockwaves per use. I don't even know what Gathering Storm is. I'm being completely honest. Quality now grants maximum plus 8 shockwaves per use, previously 2. Whatever it is, it does a lot more shockwaves, wherever the fuck that does. Anyway. Ghost Dance now has a maximum of 3 Ghost Shrouds at all gem levels. Duration between gaining Ghost Shrouds is now 7.6 to 6.1, previously 3.8 to 3.05. Oh, okay. So less of a maximum for Ghost Shrouds, and they come back slower. So a nerf to Ghost Shrouds. Glacial Cascade Wave now converts 80% of physical damage to cold damage, previously 60%. Final Burst now converts 100% physical damage to cold. Significant nerf, yeah. Yeah, two less charges of it and twice the cooldown. But wait, there's more. I mean, Ghost Dance was so strong, I think it's okay. I think it's still gonna be strong as is. Like, with that change, I still think it's gonna be strong. Especially because when you're Ghost Dance, you're typically stacked evasion. And because of that, a lot of the times you don't get hit in, like, you don't always trigger all your Ghost Shards very often anyway, so having a longer cooldown almost, like, it's not the end of the world, but, you know. Anyway. Glacial Lance, Frenzy Charge, and Powered Explosions now deal more damage. Attack speed is now 60% of base, previously 50. They do more freeze buildup. Yeah, just more freeze buildup. And converts more of the fizz damage to cold. Okay. Hailstorm rounds now store 40 to 50, previously 20 to 25 bolts. Oh shit. Just a lot more bolts. But does a little bit less damage. And has more reload speed. Nice. Hailstorm round's a bit of a buff, I think. Excited for me to reach the end of the list. Herald of Thunder now has attack damage equal to... Okay, so Herald of Thunder, slight damage nerf. Hex Blast has a maximum 10 explosions per cast, previously 3. Okay. Hex Blast is pretty shit, I think. So I don't know if that'll help it, but I guess we'll see. Ice Nova getting a bigger chilled ground radius, a more damage, but plus 0.5 second to cast time. So more damage, bigger chilled ground, but takes a little bit longer to cast. Unless, like, that's supposed to be saying it's faster to cast. But the way it's worded, I think it's saying now has plus 0.5 seconds to cast time. So I think that's adding to the cast time, making it longer casting. Based on wording. Ice Shard's skill description now correctly states it cannot chain and projectiles target the ground. Shards now have 400% more damage, previously 300%. 2 seconds after arming instead of 3 seconds. Shard explosion radius is now 2.5 meters, previously 1.4. Ice Shot converts 80% instead of 70%, and cone angle increased by 50%. Ice tipped arrows now have a 20-second duration, previously 8. Man, they're doing a lot. I think there's a lot of buffs for the cold bow. I wonder if we're gonna see more Ice Shot in like cold bow builds. I guess we'll see. Ice Fragments explosion radius is now 1.8 from 1.3, and powered attacks also gain 100% fizz damage converted to cold. Incendiary Shot now consumes 15 heat to gain 100% more ignite magnitude, previously 30 heat to gain 50% more magnitude. Okay. Some ignite buffs, it seems. Incinerate now deals wait, what? Oh, it additionally deals fire damage per second. So that's just, like, it didn't do that before, and now it does, I guess? Ignited ground duration is now 8 seconds, previously 4. Killing Palm now grants a power charge if a cullable enemy dies while you're dashing to them. Now also quickly dashes and strikes additional valid targets. Okay. Oh boy, here it is. Here it is, folks. Lightning Arrow no longer bypasses the charge up time on Lightning Rod's burst. Instead, the burst caused by Lightning Arrow can occur every 0.1 seconds. Projectile now converts 80% of fizz damage, previously 40%. Beam now converts 100% of fizz damage to lightning, previously 80%. Wait, hold on. Am I crazy? I don't know how, like, much of the bypasses charge up time on Lightning Rod's burst. But am I crazy, or is that not really a nerf at all? Like, it sounds like Lightning Rods might not be as effective with Lightning Arrow. I could be wrong. But lightning arrow as a base, you now just convert better. Like, you can invest less in converting if you did like 100% convert before. Like, let me know. Am I dumb? That does not seem like a nerf. Other than the, like, maybe single target with lightning rods. But I don't think it's really going to change the clear speed for lightning arrow. It's kind of a balance out. Gotcha. To remove burst and shock. The burst caused by lightning arrow can occur once every 0.1 seconds. I guess I don't know enough about... I haven't played lightning arrow, so I don't know, like, how much... Have I been through Ascendancy nerf? I've been through Ascendancy. Was there too much of a nerf? Ascendancy stuff didn't seem too bad. Oh, Tailwind's half. Tailwind should have been deleted, in my opinion. When I went through that section, I couldn't remember exactly what Tailwind gave for, like, move speed and stuff, but I was like, I genuinely don't think Tailwind should give move speed at all. Like, I don't care what else Tailwind does, I don't think it should get move speed. I also don't think the deck side of the tree should get move speed, or if the deck side of the tree gets move speed, there should be equal amounts of move speed over on the other side of the tree. That's my hot take. If they're trying to create this balance where they want people to move at roughly a similar speed, they shouldn't be giving one Ascendancy more speed. Oh, did they take the damage reduction off it too? Where was that? So I left off on Lightning Arrow. Hold on, I want to go back up. Oh, I see. Because it says it now grants. So because it didn't mention it, I see. See, I thought it was one of the things where they changed it, right? Where I thought, you know how sometimes they say they change things, but then if they don't mention something, that means it stays the same? So I thought, like, the damage reduction was still there. It just wasn't mentioned here because it didn't, like, the value didn't change. But now I see that Tailwind now grants. This is just what Tailwind now does. So yeah. How much move speed did you get per stack before? Was it 2%? In the Ascendancy? Oh, is that what Windward was? I couldn't remember what Windward was. I don't really play Deadeye. I see. I made like one Deadeye and hit like level 30 and changed characters. Okay. So yeah, damage reduction gone, Tailwind nerfed a bit. The Mirage seems pretty cool though, I'll be honest. But yeah. Yeah, I mean, it needed it. I'm honestly, I think people are still gonna play it. That's still 10% move speed and 20% action speed, or skill speed. Like, that's still really good, honestly. I think people are still gonna play it. Any bit of move speed people can get, yeah, and +1 arrow, yeah. It's like, any move speed people are gonna get, people are gonna use it, and it's genuinely gonna make... That's why I said I thought the move speed should be removed. Because the main people play it is to get more move speed than the other classes, which allows you to clear maps faster. As long as you're capable of getting the damage, then you just run that ascendancy and run faster, you know? That's why I thought the move speed should just be removed, in my opinion. But, eh. Anyway. Dude, it's wild. It's such like a... They should try changing it up. Like, obviously, they can't change up their formula, because if they change up their formula, it lowers it, like, it takes them longer to, like, go through streams. But when it's the same message from every one of those fucking people that try to get your money, they try to add you to Discord so they can sell you shit, or whatever. It's ridiculous. It's literally the same message every time. I appreciate the flattering, though. Saying they love my stream, even though I know it doesn't mean anything because they weren't here. But anyway. Okay, let's move on. Lightning Conduit now provides 10% more damage with hits per 5% shock effect on enemy, previously 20%. RIP. Quality now provides 20% more lightning damage instead of 5% more damage with hits per 5% shock effect on enemy. So not only did shock get nerfed, Lightning Conduit now does less. So rip all those like Lightning Conduit arc builds. The one build that I saw people playing on Sorcerer, they killed, I feel like. I really wonder what people are gonna play on Sorcerer, because legit, yeah, it's just like the one build I saw people playing is now dead, I feel like. Lightning Rod, the limit of active lightning rods allowed is now 10, previously 20. RIP. Lightning Warp, Explosion, and Shock Ground radius is now 3 meters, so smaller Shock Ground. Shock Ground now lasts 8 seconds, previously 10. New additional behavior, if used on an enemy that is not under hull threshold, it will now apply a debuff that would cause this normal warping behavior automatically if the enemy falls under the hull threshold while the debuff is... Okay, that just went over my head. I'm just gonna go past that. I'm too dumb. Lingering Illusion. Illusions now linger for 3 seconds, previously 1.2. Illusions now have 1% of your maximum life, previously 15. Oh, that's good. Lingering Illusion now causes illusion to drop a remnant that grants a power charge on pickup, rather than granting a power charge when an illusion is destroyed. These remnants last for 5 seconds. Wait, why? Well, why'd you do that? Is that a good thing or a bad thing? I don't know. Lingering Illusion now requires this illusion to be destroyed by an enemy to drop its remnant. Why does the game love just making you go and pick things up? What is their fixation on that? Like, Lingering Illusion was cool before because if the boss happened to kill it, you just gain a power charge. Now it just, like, drops a remnant, and you have 5 seconds to pick it up before it goes away to get your power charge. It's like, I liked the idea of it lasting longer, and I like the idea of it only being 1% of your health instead of 15. It just makes it easier, like, it stays out longer and easier for it to die to get you the charge. But now you actually have to go run over the damn remnant to pick it up. I don't know. Living Bomb. A little bit more damage. A little bit more damage. Okay. Magnetic Salvo. Just converts 100% of Fizz to Lightning. Alright. Just full conversion. At least for the explosion part of it. Mana Tempest now has effects of Mana Tempest linger for 2 seconds after leaving the Tempest. I feel like that's dangerous. I feel like this is dangerous if you're playing like a Mind Over Matter build, and that's most of your defense is the Mind Over Matter. if you like stay in your mana tempest too long and then you leave it and it lingers for another 2 seconds, draining your mana. I feel like that could be dangerous. But oil grenade cooldown lower with a higher duration. OP. Not a big deal, but perfect strike, more damage. Okay. Permafrost bolts. Now has projectiles pierce 2 targets, scaling to 5. Nice. And increased projectile speed. So same treatment as the fragmentation rounds, it seems like. Plasma Blast has increased magnitude instead of more magnitude, so more shock nerfs. Primal Strike's Final Strike is plus 20 to melee strike range, previously plus 5. Final Strike now inflicts elemental exposure on hit, lowering total elemental resistances by 50, previously 20. Rain of Arrows now only consumes 1 frenzy charge and deals more damage. Now fires 150% more arrows if a frenzy charge was consumed, previously 100%. Removes fires 50% more arrows per charge consumed. Okay, so maybe a little less damage if you were consuming a bunch of frenzy charges, but more damage consistently removing 1 now, I guess. Ray's zombie just a lot more, like the empowered zombies just do a lot more damage. That's actually quite a bit more damage. Rapid assault, spearheads, explosions, just deal more damage. A lot of buffs here though, I will say. Like, people might be mad about Deadeye and Lightning Arrow and stuff, but almost every other skill that's listed here, I feel like, is gaining damage. Except for, like, obviously we have, like, the caveat of lightning skills with shock being nerfed. So the damage they're gaining might not really equal out. It might still be less damage for the lightning builds. But a lot of these other builds just having, 14% base crit, previously 11, 546% for this skill where it was 312. Just more damage all around, I feel like. Row amount no longer increases your movement speed. Now has 100% reduced movement speed penalty from using skills while mounted. Ooh. 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 I don't know about that one. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm the guy that just said that I don't think movement speed, like, there should be, like everyone should have, like, equal opportunity to gain movement speed. But I feel like the whole point of the row amount was to move quicker. Now, yes, it does make it so you can just use your skills without lowering your speed at all. But it seems not as good anymore. I don't know. I guess it's still good for builds that, like, spam a lot of skills that would normally slow you down. But yeah. Alright. Rest in peace, row amount. There's skills that can't be used on its back, if you remember correctly. Yeah, like... It isn't, but everyone else is even slower. Only useful for run and gun, really. Yeah, I mean, that's the other thing, is, like, there's so much you couldn't do from the row's back. Like, I'm pretty sure crossbows couldn't, but maybe they fixed that? For a while, crossbows couldn't. But they might have fixed... I can't remember if they fixed that or not. Tree nodes for diminishing are nerfed. Oh god, excuse me, man. Hmm. So Roa is even... Okay. I didn't realize... I guess did I miss that? I must have overlooked it. So the nodes... You're saying the nodes that make it so the movement penalty from skills, those are nerfed on the tree? Because you used to be able to get quite a bit of, like, making it so you're faster while shooting from the tree. But if that shit's nerfed, then I guess that does make the Roa more enticing. Sacrifice now grants minion revive speed 46 to 40% more slowly. Previously 66 to 60%. Okay. So sacrifice doesn't have as much of a negative now. That's kind of good. Skeletal Reaver now gains attack speed per 2 rage. Previously this was described on the gem but not functional. That's okay, so your Reavers will actually gain the attack speed they're supposed to now. That's nice. I can't believe that it went this long. And that just didn't work. That's funny. Shard Scavenger buff duration 3 seconds, previously 2. Shattering Palm now causes an explosion if the target dies while you're dashing to them, similarly to the other one, okay? Shock Chain Arrow projectile now converts 80% of physical damage to lightning damage, previously 20%. No longer releases secondary beams that continue to split. Instead, the initial projectile now consumes shock to create a chaining secondary projectile, which creates a lightning rod in the ground near its last target after its final chain. This secondary projectile does not consume shock on target's hit. Shockwave now deals 507, previously 572. Okay. Shield Charge Collision now deals 254% of attack damage, previously 217. Siege Cascade now has 100% more damage against immobilized enemies. Quality is now 40% more damage against immobilized enemies, previously 80%. Interesting. Is that just like a big buff to Siege Cascade? Is that just 100% more damage against immobilized enemies? Like, it didn't have that before and now it has it, not just like a percentage change? But I guess the quality got nerfed to 40% from 80. Still seems like a damage buff. Snipe. I saw some snipe builds. And now the Icy Blast deals even more damage. But it removed Heavy Blast and Heavy Stun interaction from the skill. I don't know if that's a buff or a nerf, actually. I don't know enough about Snipe. Soul Offering duration increased by 2 seconds. Spark. Does more damage by higher gem level for Cold Infusion. Wait, is this a typo? Cold Infused Spark deals more damage, and it says Cold Infused Spark deals more lightning damage. Did they mean Lightning Infused Spark? Wait. Confused. Unless the Cold Infused did... Maybe the Cold Infused also did some lightning damage, too. And that's just a little less. So it does a little more cold and a little less lightning. Alright. Spear Solaris removed generates 100% of monster power as glory for the skill on heavy stunning an enemy. Now generates 1 glory when you inflict free shock or ignite. I don't know enough about that one. Spiral Volley now deals 206% attack damage, previously 187. A buff to Spiral Volley. Isn't that something you told me to read before, Memory Foam? When I mentioned it being rough that we lost the projectiles from that, didn't you say something about Spiral Volley? Um, yeah, you did. You said, but look at Spiral Volley. So Spiral Volley just dealing more damage now. Is that just what you meant? Anyway. Um, Staggering Palm projectiles now deal pretty much. Okay. Spiral Volley builds. I like almost played one time. I was just worried about the bossing damage. I think that was one of the builds I saw when I mentioned Snipe. I think the build I saw, Spiral Volley, cleared maps, and then used Snipe to kill bosses. Yeah, Staggering Palm projectiles, 204% of attack damage. I don't know what it did before. Projectile buff duration will now only start decreasing after the first projectile has been generated. Staggering Palm now grants its buff if a primed enemy is stunned or killed while you are dashing to them. Okay. Storm Lance, Frenzy Charge Empowered Lance, Shocked Ground duration is now 8 seconds, previously 6. Stormcaller Arrow. Man, I just got like deja vu, like I read this already. Stormcaller Arrow projectile now converts 80% physical to lightning, previously 40%. Bolt now has shocked enemies as though dealing 50% more damage. Bolt now converts 100% physical damage. Okay, so wait, projectile and bolt? Interesting. Okay. I don't know how Stormcaller Arrow works. Hey, Sunder got even more basic. They keep buffing. I'm pretty sure this is the third time they've changed Sunder's base attack speed. 40% of base attack speed, previously 35. I'm pretty sure they keep frickin' changing Sunder's base attack speed. Supercharged Slam now has an attack time override of 0.85 seconds, previously 1 second. Tempest Belt impact radius is now 2.1 meters, previously 1.8. Okay, Bell's shockwave radius is now 2.6, previous 2.4. Okay. You know, its hitbox has been increased. So, Tempest Bell is a little bit easier to hit and has a little bit bigger of an AoE. I think that's a big win, because honestly, one of the biggest things I hate about playing Monk is I hate trying to hit the bell. I always feel like I do very poorly at hitting the bell. So if its hitbox is increased, and then also trying to get the shockwave to hit the enemy, like, I feel like just increasing all these things is just nice. And they put, more AoE nodes for attack skills in, the monk area. So now you can get even more AoE, like, scaling through that, too, if you were to choose to do that. One of the things you hate about playing monk is playing monk. The funny thing is I watch people play monk, and I'm like, that looks like so much fun. And then I play monk, and I'm fucking miserable. I don't know what it is. I don't know how I can watch a build and be like, that looks like so much fun, and then play it and be like, this is fucking dog shit. I shouldn't say it's dog shit, because it's really good, I just don't like it. That's what I mean by dog shit, sorry. But anyway. Thunderous Leap now has 100% more chance to shock at all levels. Toxic Domain now grants 82 life regen from 41. Pustule Explosion mechanics are now consistent across skills. Pustules have a base duration of 15 seconds, which can be caused to detonate faster by poisoning the pustules, resulting in a more violent explosion. I don't really know what Toxic Domain is, to be completely honest with you. But it seems like it's buffed. Whatever it is. Toxic Growth now has a limit of 12 pustules from 8. Now fires 4 pustules, previously 8. Oh, okay. So you fire less, but you have a higher max, so you have to, like, fire the skill more. but you have more attack speed with it. Pathfinder strong. Dude, Pathfinder does look pretty crazy. Did you see those pathing nodes you get to pick? Like, those ascendancy buffs seem fucking wild. Like, once you have all the stats you need to play it, you then just can do every little travel node. You can just be either 5% damage, 5% global defenses, or whatever the fuck the last one was. That shit seems crazy. To me, anyway. Like, obviously, you do still need to use a lot of your travel nodes to get stats. So it is gonna, but it's just gonna make, like, any extra travel nodes just be that much more juicy. What's up, Illyrics? We're just reading PoE 2 patch notes. Vaulting Impact. Broken Stance. Applied by Vaulting Impact now has a 60-second duration and is removed after taking 10 hits. Previously uncapped number of hits with a shorter duration. The amount of pre-mitigated physical damage stored by Broken Stance. I don't even know what Vaulting Impact is. You've been invited to play test the first closed beta of a new MOBA. Been busy trying that. Nice. I've been dying for PoE 2 and been bored shitless, so I haven't really been doing much recently. Do a little bit of PoE 1 here and there. I played a little bit of Project D2, but I did like 1 or 2 nights of it, and I think I only did 1 stream of it. Took a bunch of gear from Bombo and then quit playing. Extremely fun, but in current state it's a bit repetitive because there's only 1 map and 6 characters. Ooh. Yeah, you definitely need more than 6 characters for a MOBA. It's okay, you're rich now? Nice. Vine Arrow now gains +1 limit of plants. Okay. Just +1 to the plants of that. Volcanic Fissure just does more damage. Voltaic Grenade now has 3 uses, previous 2, and a faster cooldown. Voltaic Mark no longer makes a target susceptible to shock or causes an explosion, instead makes a target more susceptible to being electrocuted. And on electrocuting a marked target, grants you a buff which grants you extra damage as lightning damage for a short duration or until you mark another target. Nice, so they got the same treatment as the freezing mark. Won't know this, but it's a very surprising devs that made it. Oh yeah. Wave of Frost can now be used to cancel other actions. Okay. Now has equal magnitude of chill inflicted as freeze buildup. Whirling Assault baseline of Whirling Assault has been reworked to be more fluid. Now has +1 second to total attack time, previously 1.4. Now has +14 melee strike range at all gem levels. Now has 1% more AoE per gem level. Okay. Wind Dancer. Gale Force now deals 82% of attack damage, previously 163. Oh no, they nerfed the Wind Dancer builds. They are called Quantic Dream. So far, they've only made 5 single-player story games that are just QTEs with choices. Yeah, Detroit Become Human. I haven't played it, but I watched a playthrough of it. I think it was Jesse Cox I watched playthrough it. But I haven't played it myself, but I'm familiar. Aren't MOBAs inherently repetitive outside of exceptions of what changes from who you're against? You have no idea MOBAs aren't your thing. Just a hit nerf. Yeah. Well, there was like, I mean, I don't know. I guess I don't know what really made Wind Dancer builds be good, but have you seen those ones? Like people, instead of playing reflect builds, played like a Wind Dancer build, and you could actually like clear screens with Wind Dancer. And I don't know if this damage number matters for those builds or if they scaled it differently. So, but but yeah. Uh they are repetitive, but current MOBAs have over 100 characters, so it's always different. Yeah, I mean, I'm with memory foam. I do think most MOBAs are repetitive. Even like, I mean, I just it's fine if people like playing them. Not saying people shouldn't play them if they enjoy them, but I just don't have fun. Um, with what's it called? With the gameplay of it, like League of Legends and shit. Is PoE not repetitive? Uh, PoE is repetitive, yeah. But it's a different kind of repetitive for me. Like, there's a progression where you're gaining like items and power to do different things once you have that power. Whereas once you're like level 30 on League of Legends, you're just doing match after match, I guess. And it's like, yeah, sure, your opponents are different and it's different characters each time, but all in all, like League of Legends, you still just, you know, play whatever lane you're good at. You go bottom lane and you shoot minions and shoot people when they get close enough. I don't know. I mean, like I said, I'm not saying those games are bad. There's clearly far more players playing League of Legends than pretty much any other game that exists right now. So clearly they're doing something right. It's just not for me. It's not my kind of repetitive. But yeah. Um might have watched Jesse Cox play Fahrenheit. Uh I feel like I might have skimmed that. Or maybe I just saw the video. The Fahrenheit sounds familiar. I just can't remember where I saw it. If I did watch it, I didn't watch too much of the video. I definitely didn't see Beyond Two Souls. Cool thing about the MOBA is it's full 3D and aiming and flying. It's not top-down view. Gotcha. Fun thing about MOBA is that each game starts fresh. Gotcha. Unique item changes. Honestly, I don't know if I want to read these guys. um, I might just skim some of the unique item changes. Because some of these I feel like are either going to be really minor, or they're gonna be... Or I'm gonna actually be like, I'm pretty sure I used this in a build, and I want to read what it says, But like the Adorned... the Adorned is rebuffed again. That's fun. The amount of times the Adorned has gone from like 150 down to 100 and then back up to 150, like, I feel like the Adorned is just all over the place. They love going around on that. Um Exhaust Blood, enemies in your presence have minus 25% fire res, previously minus 10. And just has a whole bunch of fire resistance that it gives you. Interesting. Same with Choir of the Storm, giving a bunch of resistance and Pandemonious. Huh. Indigo Prophecy is one of the most unintentionally hilarious games ever. Here's something that's different about this game than other MOBAs so far. First, there's no minions in the sense that other MOBAs have running around the map. That's interesting. Dvalin. What other items are interesting in this list that I'd want to read? I didn't even know Defiance of Destiny was in PoE 2. I'm gonna be completely honest with you. But now it recovers 20 to 30% of missing life before being hit by an enemy. Wait, so is Defiance of Destiny just... does this work the same way as PoE 1's? And now it's just, like, even better than PoE 1's? Yeah, what the fuck? Like, the 10 to 20% in PoE 1 is actually, like, broken. Now it's 20 to 30? That's insane. There are, in a sense, but each player can choose 4 minions, and they can summon... And they can summon different lanes whenever they want. Oh, that's interesting. Every character can fly extremely fast all around the map. Oh, jeez. Should watch Jesse's playthrough of both if you like them. Yeah, I may check it out at some point. No promises of how much I'll enjoy watching it, considering I don't really care for MOBAs very much, but I think Jesse is entertaining to watch, so. I guess you're you're gonna try to get a Defiance of Destiny. Is that what, like, cinched it for you, Memory Foam? You're just like, I want that fucking new Defiance of Destiny. You're gonna be OP as shit. Oh, those story games. Okay, I'm sorry. I thought when you were talking about those games, you were, like, saying other MOBAs or something. I gotcha. Yeah, I'll have to check them out. Honestly, funny fun fact about myself. I actually, those are games like Detroit from the same devs. Gotcha. Okay. Um, I like watching YouTube videos or like something. I like watching something before I fall asleep when I'm laying in bed. And a lot of the times I like putting it in the picture-in-picture. You know how you can do that where you can, like, if you have a video playing and you go back to your home screen, it like plays it in the corner as long as it's not like you know, like some music doesn't allow you to do that and stuff like that on YouTube. But anyway, I like doing that, and then I play mobile games. So I don't like watching anything that I haven't seen before because I end up falling asleep to it. So what I do is I watch Scary Game Squad from Jesse Cox. I have their full playlist of like 300 and something scary games they've played, and I just watch that playlist before I fall asleep. And half the time I just fall asleep to those boys playing. It's Jesse and like 3 other people playing scary games, and they're just fun to listen to. Even though I've seen it all before, I'll go through that playlist, I'll hit the end of the playlist, and I'll start the playlist from the beginning again. And that's all I do pretty much every night. I just do that one playlist for the past few years just because I can follow. It's like something easy to pull up. I don't need to think about it. I don't need to try to figure out what I want to watch. I pull up that same playlist, I watch that same playlist, and I just cycle through it all, like 300 videos. It takes me like over a year to watch the whole playlist, and then I start it from the beginning again. That's my nightly ritual when I'm laying in bed to fall asleep. It's kind of funny. But yeah, you put YouTube videos in picture-in-picture and play PoE before sleep. Nice. Wrathpith Globe. Non-channeling spells have 3% crit hit chance per 100 life, previously 5. Oh, Wrathbith nerf, okay. Alright, we're gonna kind of skim some more of these. Oh, interesting. Wait, the Whispering Ice. Wait. Is this... This isn't the unique I'm thinking of, is it? So you get level 20 Heart of Ice. Why doesn't PoE 2 release? Why is it still in early access? Because it's missing 5 classes and, well, after the next league coming, it's going to be missing 4 classes and several of its acts. It's going to have, I think, 6 acts in total, and there's only 4 acts at the moment. And it's going to have 12 classes, and the druid that's coming in the next patch is going to be, class number 7. And every class is supposed to have 3 ascendancies, and not all of them have the ascendancies, and the endgame isn't finished yet. Okay, I don't know what Ice Storm and Hail of Ice are. Or Heart of Ice. Oh, I see, I can mouse over them here. Chills enemies your presence as though dealing damage. Okay, and then Ice Storm. Okay, so you actually have to... Interesting. Limited 3 Ice Storms. Alright. I was just trying to think. I'm pretty sure the Whispering Ice has a PoE 1 version, and there were some builds around it, so I was just curious with it now gaining 5 to 7 level of all cold spells. Sounded pretty juicy. I was just curious if it like had any kind of like tech that could be used. Ooh, shit. Covenant now makes you take 100% of base mana cost, previously 50. Yikes. Give you that lightning coil and DOD, slap that prism guard on, mapping with a Kachub. Oh man. Especially like being tanky is gonna be like a little more important now with the new league mechanic giving you body parts that you lose if you die. So being tanky is gonna be pretty important this league if you want to keep those body parts. Oh, you get 10% of spell damage leached as life though for the mana cost increase. That DOD change is nuts. Yeah, it seems nuts. Like, I feel like I'm missing something because it's so nuts. I don't know. What does Defiance of Destiny do in PoE 2? Okay, so Defiance of Destiny in PoE 2 doesn't... You don't get the resistances, but you do get percent life. 6 to 10% percent life, strength, mana regen, and then the recover. Oh, shit, wait. I'm on the wrong scene. I'm sorry, Mega. 1 second. You know what? This is an old scene I'm on, I think. Wait, no, I should have just duplicated this scene. Um, hold on. 1 second, guys. Did I never set up properly? That's a bummer. Can you refund, like, maybe you can't do it from mobile Mega, but can you refund your own, redeem? You can. Go ahead and refund it and do it again. It should work now, I think. Did it? Wait, hold on. No, don't do it yet. 1 second. Shit. There might be one other change I gotta do real fast here. Oh wait, no, that actually might be right. Okay. Go ahead and test it now. I think I copied an old scene that didn't have my new alert box in it, I guess. But it should be in now. I wonder if I've missed any other alerts because of that. Oops. Anyway. Yeah, Defiance of Destiny is gonna be pretty nasty. Cloak of Defiance. More mana regen. 50% of damage taken before life, previously 30. Damn. You could almost... Wow. This actually might be huge. I'm pretty sure with even old Cloak of Defiance, I think you could get pretty close to full Mind Over Matter without the lower mana regen debuff of Mind Over Matter. Now that it's buffed by 20%, I feel like you could get extremely close to just full 100% damage taken from mana before life without having to take Mind Over Matter for the mana regen nerf. That actually might be huge. I can almost guarantee you we're gonna see some Cloak of Defiance builds, at least like sorcerers or something, running full Mind Over Matter.
I love cock.
Without having the Mind Over Matter node. Okay, what the fuck? Why isn't it playing? I don't understand. Hold on a second.
Okay.
Oh wait, it did play? Wait, I didn't hear it. It should be on monitor and output, that should be right. It did play it? I didn't hear it. Why didn't I hear it though? Hold on. Monitor and output. Let me go to my other scene and see how it's set up. Switch alert box, monitor and output. It's literally set up the exact same. Oh, I know why. My headset isn't on. That's why. Oh my god, I'm so dumb. my my headset wasn't on because I have no audio playing at all right now, so it turns itself off after like a few minutes because I have absolutely nothing playing right now. Oh, that's so funny. Okay, well, there you go. That explains it. Okay. Oh, Coming Calamity now also has Herald skills dealing increased damage. That's cool. Prism Guard plus the 2 armor applies to lightning damage nodes at 15% each. 60% armor applies to lightning damage, mitigates the fizz to lightning of Lightning Coil, and just get a high roll of the armor evasion. Sounds pretty juicy. Speaking of, I just saw Lightning Coil right here. It can mitigate up to 50% now. Nice. No, it's up to 50% fizz. Yeah. Wait, what did I say? I just said it's up to 50% now. That's good though, right? I mean, that's the whole benefit of using Lightning Coil. It was just 20 to 40 now. Now it can be up to 50%. Oh, did I say mitigates? I think I just used a filler word in there. I just meant to say that it's like 50% instead of 40% now. That's all I was trying to say. Technically, it is mitigating though, because it makes 50% of your fizz damage go to your lightning res, which then gets mitigated. So, in a way, it is loosely, I guess. uh, anyway. But with Prism Guard and the 2 15% nodes that also add armor as elemental. Lightning specifically, yeah. Disgustingly tanky. Oh yeah. I'm sure there's gonna be some chonk builds with that frickin' Divines of Destiny and shit. Anything else that seems fun? Nose hair. Oh. Wait, what? They need to give love to health builds. Yeah. It's yeah, ES is just so strong because of how much you can stack. To be fair, armor is in a really good place now. Like, I think the problem is like if you're at the top of the tree, in the right side of the tree, which is a lot of the classes and stuff, you're better off just going ES. There's like no life over there, right? Or well, there's no life really anywhere on the tree. But really, like, if you're not going ES, you're not going to get very tanky. You need to go like armor, so you need to be on the left side of the tree, which kind of isolates like warrior. Really, like the left side of the tree. Like, what else is there? You know, like that's like the weird thing right now. But now like druid is over there. Um, But armor is like really effective now, which makes HP stronger, if that makes sense. No life on the tree, so weird. Yeah, it's just different. But I mean, honestly, warriors get to be some of the tankiest in the game, just going like life based with armor. Like I think there was like a armor Infernal Legion build from Crypt that was just insanely tanky. Like some of the tankiest builds are the armor builds. It's just there's not much on that left side of the tree that gets armor. Like for armor stacking and everything. It's just like warrior. Like we need like we'd have more if we had like duelist, Templar, like things like that. Like we now have druid, which is going to be kind of in that strength and kind of side of the tree, so they can kind of armor stack as well if they choose to. So I think we're going to see a little bit more of that over the ES stacking, but they just don't have much support for armor on the right side of the tree, which makes you just basically have to stack ES. Or you can try to stack evasion, but usually you need some ES too. You need to at least be hybrid. The Queen of the Forest, I was just reading this, so you guys see this shit? So Queen of the Forest just gives you 25% increased move speed now. And then you also get 1% move speed per 600 evasion, capped at 50%. Queen of the Forest is actually going to be pretty crazy for speed now. Like, am I wrong? That seems like it's going to be crazy. If you want to move faster anyway. Only on small hits, really, though. The amount of armor you need for the big hits and crits is silly. That said, you think you might be able to get nearly crit immune? Just play a, just play a Smith of Katava and be crit immune. Teehee. Nah, hell with that. So far you got 2 T17 maps 3 days ago. You died to Abomination, you think. Doedry and 2 other bosses. But yesterday you beat Ziggurat for your first completion of a T17. Nice, dude. That's awesome. I mean, not awesome about dying to the other bosses or whatnot, but nice that you beat one now. Cry with the best of them on Warbringer, you think? Possibly convert into Titan at 4th Ascendancy. Titans seem pretty good too. At least if you're able to like heavy stun pretty often. But like 25, what was it? 25% more damage on heavy stun. And then the every third hit for skills that don't create fissures do like 1 additional aftershock to a head and to each side. So you're gonna rent like every third hit just get 1 really big aftershock that just bashes the screen pretty much. I don't know. I mean, it sounds decent. That's also assuming that the main skills you use don't create fissures. I guess if the skills you use create fissures, then it's not super great. Making small progress, yeah, it's all about the learning. Honestly, I haven't really done even too many T17 maps. I did my 1 run to get my extra slot, and that's pretty much all I really did. Well, no, I guess I did 2, because I did 1 on trade and 1 on SSF that I ran myself. Other than that, I didn't really do too much T17s. But that's because I just get obsessed with just mapping, and then I map forever, and then by the time I'm, like, ready to be like, oh, maybe I should go do some higher-end content, I'm like, time to quit. I just love mapping. But anyway. Any of these other skills or items matter to me? Not really. Rune sockets have been renamed to augment sockets. Okay, well that makes sense why I was confused earlier in the patch notes where it said they added 4 new augments for gear. And I was like, wait, what are augments? But it's because they're changing it from runes to augments, I guess. Man, I'm gonna call it runes for so long. Some of the mace changes might be nice. Can't remember them all offhand. These changes are entertaining. Yeah, no, dude, I'm pumped. Like, so far, they haven't, like, it doesn't sound like they've nerfed, other than, like, the run speed, but it doesn't sound like they nerfed the Infernal Legion, unless they just haven't mentioned it here. We'll see. I think we haven't gotten to, like, bug fixes. It might be under bug fixes. But Infernal Legion working on the Roa, and then when you mount the Roa doesn't die. That's like some interesting tech to make an RF build in PoE 2. And then you can just run around on the Roa and melt everything around you. So. Goddamn, man, you're now all messed up. You were pretty set on a build, but that DoD change got you bricked. Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing yet. I need to finish these patch notes. Like, oh my god, it's getting late. I really need to finish these. Holy shit. You had to use a different character, though. Your Warden and Slayer were too squishy, so you switched to Gladiator. Oh, gotcha. Yeah. Alright, let's kinda... A lot of these runes, I'm not gonna remember what they do. But they're limited, like, a bunch of runes are limited to one, so now we just use something else instead of them. The spell damage going up on staffs is interesting, though. Making staffs more beneficial is kind of cool. I'm gonna kind of skim the item changes because I don't... A lot of these, like, aren't gonna make, like, I don't think they're gonna make or break, like, what I'm gonna play. Just skimming them real fast. Yeah, just being able to get more to plus skills and stuff for the different tiers. Okay. Endgame changes. We already know a lot of the endgame stuff. From the video. Just a lot of the modifiers having, like, higher numbers, essentially, is what almost all of this is gonna be. So we're gonna kind of just skim past most of that. I do wonder what the Delirium... because one of them... One of these Delirium nodes is the one that made it so your Waystones had a chance to have Delirium, right? And now that Delirium isn't like a mechanic, like you can't just add, you can't make your maps delirious. I'm guessing that node changed. I'm guessing it's one of these that got changed. Magic monsters in your map have 25% chance to have an additional Delirium modifier and 100% increase rarity items dropped by magic monsters in maps with multiple Delirium modifiers. Okay. Now provides currency which drops from Delirium monsters in your maps is stolen by the map boss. Each stolen currency has a 20% chance to be duplicated upon defeating the map boss. That's kind of sick. If under the effects of Delirium. So you do kind of gotta rush to the map boss, though, before the Delirium ends. But it has a chance to duplicate currencies. Provides rare monsters always manifest Delirium demons in your map. 10% increased quantity of items dropped by rare monsters with manifested delirium demons in your maps, and rare monsters with manifested delirium demons in your maps grant 30% increased experience. Okay. Increases. Okay, so even though it's been removed from like liquid emotions being used on maps, they still improve the visuals of the fog. Um, so that way it's not as crazy for the delirium fog. No more full grayscale, yeah. Removed camera zoom out on completion of towers. It felt unneeded. This is a good change. Yeah, I need to kill Arbiter to fully juice tablets. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. Last league, I didn't kill Arbiter once. There wasn't a reason to. He didn't have a passive tree anymore, so it was like I just didn't bother. Um, but yeah, now he's gonna be important to kill, so that way you can fully juice your maps. Yep. Yeah, so Breach, Ritual, Delirium, Expedition no longer have icons in your atlas and can be randomly found or guaranteed through precursors. Yeah, they did that partway league through. I guess they put it in here just so people know for the next league for people that didn't play that long. But yeah, this was done like halfway through the last league. Monster changes. Improve the visibility of explosive fungus. Hell yeah. Improve the visibility of explosive fungus spawned by the fungal proliferator. Oh, read the first part. Yeah, I didn't ignore it. I don't know what you're talking about. Bosses now have an anti-burst damage mechanic. Once a boss has finished its emerge or becomes aggro, the damage reduction period starts counting down. The damage reduction tapers down from full effect to no effect over the course of this duration. For every unit the boss moves from its starting location, the damage reduction will fall off even faster. Bosses which cannot or barely move have a shorter damage reduction period. Okay, just... Yeah, I guess we'll see. It's just a way to make it so you don't just insta-kill a boss before it even gets to attack, I guess. I'm okay with that. I mean, I think bosses should be a bit of a fight. Not just, like, make your build one-shot them, you know? I think that's okay. Um... Improved the mid-fight phase change sequence of the final Act 2 boss. Interesting. I'm curious what that'll be like. Improve the first phase change sequence of the Act 4 boss. Improve the behavior of the Great White One boss. Made various improvements of Rogue Exile behavior. Re-enabled some of them. The Blind Beast now drops a Blink Greater rune. Can be exchanged for a rune of your choosing from a selection. Blind Beast no longer drops a Bile-soaked tomb. Instead, the Dark Mist quest now grants a Mist-shrouded tomb, which grants 2 weapon set passives in addition to its existing reward of an uncut gem and gold. Okay. So the Blind Beast is no longer a skill point quest, but whatever this Dark Mist quest is, does it now, I suppose. Oh my god, mechanics, help, what do I do? You can now open a town portal in Olras Arena after he's been defeated. Ghost's lightning barrage skills should no longer hit with 9 projectiles at point blank range. Nice. Okay, I mean, so far, no monster changes. We don't know the Spectre yet. We don't know the Spectre changes. But so far, I don't see any nerfs to the Bogfell commoner. Unless it's considered a bug fix. We still haven't hit that up. But the Bogfeld Commoner is actually my decked out build on P. My headset turned off again. Um, on PoE 2 right now. It's an Infernal Legion build. So anyway. Interfaces that cannot be paneled now allow dual cursors so both players can interact with a UI at the same time. Support gem compatibility of all equipped skills is now shown when hovering support gem in the gem cutting interface. On the Waypoint world map, selecting underground locations featured on the world map will now immediately teleport you to selected location instead of toggling it to the underground map view. Okay. Gotcha. So there's like I guess there's like an icon for like the underground locations. You can like, I guess, I think I understand what it's saying. Added a quick search feature to the stat filters in the trade market. Stackable items will no longer be... By the way, what does that mean? Wait, hold on. Is that what I think it means? Is that like pasting an item's stats in? Like if I have a rare item, can I quick search the stats? Is that what it means? Are we getting it? I don't know. I don't want to get excited. I don't want to get excited. I feel like they would have... Why wouldn't they show this in the video? I don't know. I feel like that's a big change. I feel like this isn't what I'm thinking it is. Stackable items will no longer be merged into existing item stacks when control-clicking items into the Merchant tab. Okay, that makes sense. Optimize item search for the in-game market browser. Your current rage is no longer displayed in your buff bar. Instead, there's now a rage meter next to the mana globe. The cursor size option has been changed to a slider. Added a new cursor tracking input for keyboard and mouse users, which allows skills to continue updating their target location/direction even after the skill's input key is released. This is particularly impactful for skills such as Rolling Slam and Rolling Assault, but affects a wide variety of skills. By default, this option is enabled in WASD mode and disabled in click-to-move mode. When switching between controller and keyboard in the character selection screen, the game will remember if you use WASD or not. That sounds like it's probably good for people to switch back and forth. I don't care about co-op, get out of here. Microtransaction changes. The wardrobe hideout decoration now visually indicates and opens to your wishlist page when a microtransaction you previously wishlisted is on sale. Interesting. Enabled the following existing rare finisher effect microtransactions in PoE 2. So just a bunch of those. Enabled the existing cathedral. A whole bunch of armor sets are also added in. Weapon effects, all this stuff from PoE 1 is now added into PoE 2. So more cosmetics. That's nice. Alright, fixed a bug. I think this is where my two builds might brick that I kinda wanna play, and we'll find out. Fix a bug where effects that spread and ignite were incorrectly just inflicting a single hit's worth of flammability when it tried to spread and only igniting if flammability was high enough at that time. Fixed an issue where Lightning Warp could remove corpses of reviving monsters. Fixed a bug where Wind Dancer's Nova did not scale with modifiers to area damage. Oh, interesting. So Wind Dancer's Nova can now scale with area damage, but it got like a bit of a damage nerf. So technically, you might be able to scale it a little bit better damage-wise, but it does less damage up front, so it might still be strong for those people that like that build. Fix the bug where Ravenous Swarm did not display correct active swarm limit. Fix the bug where Electrocuting Arrow was unable to hit enemies that were too short. Frickin' short mobs get shit on. Or electrocuting arrow users get shit on, I guess. Not the mobs. The mobs got to dodge shit because they were short. That was good. That was a buff for them. Actually, now it's a nerf for them, but you know what I mean. Fixed a bug where multiple copies of Thornskin or Thornskin 2 could be active at the same time. Uh-oh. I think that might have got used. I think that might actually be... You don't think it's Brick, just slightly weaker off gem level hit damage? Yeah, I don't know enough about how it worked. I just know at level 20 it was 86% damage instead of 130. So, almost half damage. I believe that's what the numbers were. But I think the Reflect build I played did make use of multiple Thorn skins and stuff, so it might be a little weaker now with that. Fix an issue that caused blood hunts, blood loss, consumption, explosions to sometimes deal the incorrect amount of damage. Fix an issue with the visuals for Ice Nova weren't always matching the area where it hit. Fix the bug where Smithikatava's Manifest Spear would only do damage to the first half of his dash. Glory not generating while on a row amount. Fix a bug where glory generated from where uniques is in your presence generated glory based on your current weapon set's passive instead of each weapon set passive. Oh, you know what? I questioned why the glory generating nodes had that had to do with presence AoE. But I didn't realize there were nodes like this that increase your glory generated from rare unique monsters in your presence. So getting more presence AoE is actually good for glory generation. I mean, I figured it made sense somehow, I just didn't know how. It's funny that I realized it by reading a bug fix, but yeah. Fixed a bug where charge staff did not have a lightning tag. Fix an issue preventing living lightning support from being able to be supported by certain gems. Fixed a bug where perfection was only granting more hit damage rather than all damage. Fix an issue that would cause Dark Effigy to have a longer than intended delay before firing its first projectile after being raised if there were only one valid target. There you go, Dark Effigy buff. For a single target, I guess. Fixed a bug where Batter Shout support wasn't working with Fortifying Cry or nor Ancestral Cry. Fixed a bug where applied oil on the ground bypassed some defensive mechanics. Fixed a bug where Second Wind 3 support wasn't working with Demon Form. The life restoration now occurs when Demon Form is put on cooldown. Fixed a bug where inhibitor support was granting more damage per infusion rather than per infusion type. Fixed a bug where Unleash could not support Unearth. Fixed a bug that occurred with Heat Shiver and some similar modifiers in cases where enemies can be affected by multiple chills at the same time. Fixed a bug where Blasphemy did not display its icon while you have Show Aura icons checked in the options menu. Ancestral boosted slam effects not showing up when MTXs are applied. An issue where controlled metamorphosis, unique jewel, yada yada yada. Soul Core. I'm just trying to skim for the one thing I really care about. Fix Wakapanu Island. Island can. Yeah, unless something comes up in the unless something comes up, they mention specters, right? Where did they say that? Was that in skill changes? Like right at the start? Buff summon specter variants of certain monsters in each act. Further details on which monsters have been adjusted will be posted separate to release. So, there's still a chance the Bogfeld Commoners gets nerfed through this. We'll see. But so far, I don't see anything saying the Roa. Oh, is it RH? Yeah, so, like, I don't see anything in here talking about the row amount not working. Let me see if I can find this short on my other window. I can show you guys. It's from, Kaltoric. If I go to his channel,
Hey guys.
he has shorts on it.
When you
Lower the volume of this. The tourist. Okay, let's not get into that. But
first become an oracle, you'll notice over 130 new extra passives appear in the druid section of the tree. By allocating the unseen
wait,
path,
is this not...
you use your power of foresight to learn from alternate futures.
What?
His title is Righteous Fire Roa is here, teaser number 1.
League starting Oracle.
So we're expecting a when you first become
Okay, well that was bait. He had one. Where was it? Maybe it's this
Have you ever
one?
wanted to clear Path of Exile 2 using only a
This
Roa?
one.
Well, with my Righteous Fire Roa gem.
It's not the zoomiest build, like, for clear
Roa
speed
is
wise,
limited.
but this
You can
is...
slot Infernal Legion into it.
Yeah,
Normally, when you do this, your Roa will die.
this
However,
right here.
When you start riding it, the Roa stops taking damage from Infernal Legion, while still keeping the aura effect.
So
Infernal
legit,
Legion
you
deals
can
damage
just
based off
run
the minion's
circles,
maximum life.
like,
And I was able to scale my
with the
Roa
Infernal
drive to
Legion.
over 150,000. I currently have Roa at level 33 with 61% quality, which is a massive boost to its life. Roa isn't just a minion, but it's also a companion. So by adding on all the life and damage nodes for minions and companions, we are able
And
to
you just
scale our
basically
Roa
get to run through the game.
Since we are riding our Roa, it is always in our presence, making us able to buff it with a scepter. This has led to me riding around the game with a Fireball Inferno Roa. Can you find a sillier build than this? Comment down below if you
I don't
want
know.
a full build guide. Have you ever
I'm still not sure if that's what I want to do. But it's what I'm considering. Because, I mean, I like Righteous Fire, and legit, it's just, you literally just run around and everything burns. And so far, it doesn't say it's fixed. So, you still prefer to wait for release. That's fine. You do you. While the late game is fun, you also really like the campaign and story of PoE 1. How do you even get it? You're not sure. You bought the early access, but you don't have it on Steam. I think, don't they give you, if you log in on the site, I think they give you... Did you buy it on Steam? I had it given to me because I spent so much money in PoE 1 that they just gave me a code. You think you bought it inside the game through Steam Wallet? But wait. You played it on Steam and bought it from within Steam, but you don't have it on Steam anymore? Oh, you bought it through buying an early access pack on PoE 1. You might just download PoE 2 and you might just have it. I'm not sure. Either that, or you might have to log into... You might need to check your messages on the PoE website. I don't know, am I gonna dox myself by doing this? you have like I think you have like messages, and like you've been invited to the Path of Exile 2 early access. You probably wouldn't get this email. This is the one I got because I spent enough money, and it gives you like a key, I think. But yeah. You found it? Okay. That's good. But yeah, it's up to you whether you play it or not. There's a lot of people that do wait. On account, there's a button that says Path of Exile Early Access. Gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of people that are waiting, but honestly, I mean, I guess I played the beta of PoE 1 as well, you know, so I mean, I'm not too, like, I don't pay attention to the story. I don't know anything about the story in PoE 1 or PoE 2. I just enjoy playing the game. I think PoE 2 is a lot of fun. I think PoE 2 is a lot more beginner friendly. It's a lot easier, in my opinion, to make builds on PoE 2. And the end game isn't as challenging on PoE 2. So people who aren't as, but there's still like, there's still enough room to build your character to like a pretty high degree, but the difficulty of the content isn't like PoE 2 where it's like, I mean PoE 1 where it's like got like insanely hard content. So the league starts on the 12th. You have 2 extra keys, nice. Do you want to go through the current campaign blind without looking at guides? Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's pretty, the passive tree is a lot more straightforward on, I feel like, on PoE 2 than it is PoE 1. Like, it's still intimidating to look at, but, like, it's pretty much like grab damage nodes that do the type of damage you do, and then grab, like, if you're on the evasion and ES side of the tree, maybe some, like, percent ES, but if you're on, like, the left side of the tree, it's just, like, pretty much, like, maybe get some armor nodes or something like that. It's, like, it's not, like, PoE 1, there's so much of a balance between trying to figure out your defensives and your offensives. In PoE 2, it's, like, I feel like it's much easier to figure out. Yeah, PoE's tree isn't really that bad. Like, most of the nodes, when people see, like, how big it is, so much of the nodes are travel. Versus what the nodes actually, like, do, I guess. And that's where people are like, oh my god, there's so many nodes, I'm never gonna understand all this. And it's like, well, you know, 70 of your 120 points are traveling places half the time, you know? So it's like, then you're only really spending 50 points. You just gotta figure out where you wanna travel. So, but yeah. But yeah, I don't know. I love PoE 2. Honestly, I love WASD movement. I think it's so much better than click to move, personally. There's a lot of aspects of like the gem system. I absolutely love not having to have gems in your gear. Like having a separate panel for your skills and not have to like worry about having your sockets be linked in a certain color and everything, and then you get an upgrade and you're like, well, do I use the upgrade or do I keep my 4-link, you know? You don't have to worry about that anymore. You just put on whatever gear is better. It's so nice. You play on controllers, you always had WASD. Yeah, but the PoE 2 is built around it, so you can actually move while shooting and stuff on there. And then there's nodes on the tree that make you like move faster. So like you can actually be like backpedaling while shooting. Whereas on PoE 1, every time you shoot, your character stops moving, shoot, and then you start walking again. So it's actually like PoE 2 is actually like built around more of like the WASD movement. When they make it so you can hot swap between mouse and keyboard and gamepad, you'll be on gamepad all the time. But F gamepad for menu and inventory. Yeah, I'll never be controller just because it hurts my hands. I don't know why. Maybe it's just because I never do it. Maybe my hands are just bigger than normal. I don't know. But something about using a controller, just like my fingers just like cramp up like within an hour of playing. Give a quick simplistic rundown of what ascendancies are good. Are you saying for PoE 2? I mean, until carpal tunnel sets in from the mouse. I don't have issues with the mouse. Like I've used keyboard and mouse playing games daily for the past 21 years of my life, and I play a lot every day, mouse and keyboard all day every day, and I don't know. I feel like I'm gonna have more carpal tunnel issues from a controller than a mouse. But honestly, ascendancies that are good in PoE 2, I'm not gonna lie when I say this. It's hard to think of what ascendancies are bad in PoE 2. Like, oh, so you're not wondering just like what's good and bad. You're just wondering what you're just wondering what they're like. So Pathfinder is more poison oriented, I guess, if I'm gonna go basic with it. Pathfinder is more poison oriented. Deadeye is more do I still have Path of Building 2? Because it's gonna be so much easier for me to actually like reference the tree. And I'll like look at the different ascendancies than just going off of rip memory. Deadeye is more like projectile based. What's it called? Let's go to Ranger. Yeah, so Deadeye, more projectile based, adding extra arrows and stuff for like bow skills and shit. Mostly. Pathfinder, poison. Huntress. Amazon is, I believe, kind of like for like a elemental, like fizz converted to elemental sorta. I'm so bad at Amazon actually. They open weaknesses on the enemies. It has added fizz damage. Honestly, it has a lot of crit stuff. Some benefits for consuming the different kind of charges. Endurance, power, and frenzy. Ritualist lets you steal. You get to steal powers from monsters. And then you also get an extra ring socket, and you get to buff your rings and amulet socket. Like, you get to buff the bonuses gained from your rings and amulets. So you get 3 rings through Ritualist, and you get to buff them, which is kind of cool. Mercenary. Tactician is kind of like a totem, like a ballista kind of character, like more focused on ballistas. You can get extra ballistas, but they only attack when you attack. You get some deflection with like armor and stuff like that to help you for like defenses. You get pin build-up, which can immobilize enemies, and then there's a lot of skills that do more damage on immobilized enemies. Your banners are stronger. or you like generate more glory to be able to do banners more often. And then allies in your presence do extra damage, which would also count for your ballistas. So a lot of it is like ballista themed bonuses kind of thing. You can do other builds as tactician, not just ballista. Witch Hunter is honestly, it's kind of generic. Chance for enemies you kill to explode, which is, I mean, explode is okay. Sorcery Ward is a form of defenses. And then you have like 10 or 100 passive skill points become weapon set passives, which allow you to do like more like, I guess that's kind of a complicated thing to explain. In PoE 2, you're able to like micromanage between two weapon sets, and you can instantly weapon swap. And even when you use a skill, like let's say I'm using a fire staff and an ice staff, I can make it so when I press like Ice Nova, it automatically switches me to my ice staff. And then when I'm using like a firestorm, it'll automatically switch me to my fire staff. So you can kind of have like automatic switching between weapon swaps. And Weapon Master just kind of lets you do more of that. And then like, I think it allows you to like cull enemies. Like you have with Witch Hunter, you have a chance to instantly take off like 30% of the boss's life. And then it gives you Culling Strike, which lets you kill enemies if they're like below 10% life or something like that. So it kind of reduces the damage window of like instantly chunking them down, and then they die when they hit a certain percent. So you only have to do like 60% of the boss's health instead of like all 100% as a Witch Hunter. Kind of like that one. Gemling is all around like your gems that you have linked and stuff like that. So it has like plus skills with strength, int, or dex gems, depending on what you pick. Adding extra quality to your gems. They get the like attribute requirements of gems can be satisfied by your highest attribute. So basically, you could just stack dex and use any strength gem if you wanted to. If you had this node. And then you get some extra benefits for the amount of like you get plus the maximum resistances for each like blue, red, or green gem corresponding to the cold, fire, and lightning res. So you can get extra max reses to be tankier. Monk. Invoker is like probably the most played. Yeah, Gemling is pretty damn versatile, and a lot of builds can play it. As long as you're okay with starting, they start at like the bottom of the tree right here. As long as you're okay at starting at the bottom of the tree right here, Gemling can be used for a lot of different builds. Yep. Monk Invoker is your typical, like, monk build where you're getting, like, defenses and spirit through energy, shield, and evasion on your body armor. Your critical hits ignore non-negative enemy monster reses, so monster reses just don't matter. Oh, sorry. Spirit is how you reserve your auras. And how you have minions and stuff. So, instead of reserving mana, in PoE 2, your skills reserve spirit. And this node just gets you even more spirit. But you can't gain spirit from equipment, so if you have really good gear, this node can get you more spirit than equipment will give you. So, basically, super good crit stuff with elemental expression and ignoring resistances for crits. That's super powerful. And then you just get some like extra damage nodes, and Unbound Avatar can be some good damage early on. Yeah, ignoring resistance is OP. Invoker Monk is pretty damn strong. Acolyte of Chayula. This one is pretty lackluster. They're doing some buffs to it, but like, you have no spirit, but you get base darkness, and damage taken is reserved from your darkness before taken from your life. So it's like an extra way of mitigating damage, but it's kinda poop. They get void illusions, which in the next patch are getting buffed. I don't know. It's I never really the void illusions is kind of new from the last league, but I never really messed with it. They get into the breach, which spawns these little wispy things that you have to pick up on the ground. One of them gives you life leech, one of them gives you mana leech, and the other one gives you extra damage as chaos. And then you can focus on, I think, yeah, all flames you manifest are either blue, purple, or red. So depending on which one you prefer, you can make all of them manifest as one type. In the next update, they're making them spawn closer to you, and you have bigger pickup range. So this is going to get a little bit of a buff in the next patch. But still kind of, like, good, but eh. Leech recovers based on chaos damage as well as physical damage. So you can leech off the chaos damage you're dealing, which is kind of like their whole thing is doing chaos damage. Your chaos res is doubled, and you get plus 10 to maximum chaos res. So you can be, like, extremely proficient against chaos damage attacks and stuff like that with this build if you were to get it decked out. And you don't even need as much chaos res on gear. Kind of nice. I don't really know how the whole volatility works. This is also kind of new, I think, from last league. Isn't chaos poison? Poison is chaos, but not all chaos is poison, if that makes sense. So we already did Ranger. Sorcerer is Stormweaver, which kind of specializes on doing like you can have like 2 shocks on at once instead. So, but you have like less magnitude of your shocks, so you have to work harder to get strong shocks. But you could have 2 of them. So I think like the cap for shock, if you can hit it, now they're nerfing shock in this next league, so I don't know if you'll be able to hit it. But I think you could hit 100% increased damage for shock. And then you could have 2 of them. So you could have 200% damage from your shocks for this. Is shock a 1 thing? Well, no. I don't think your Warden was doing 50 shocks. I think your Warden was doing a shock that made the monsters take 50% increased damage. So essentially, it would be like having it would double what your Warden shock was doing, essentially, by having this node. You would have 50 and 50. Essentially. But same with chills. You can have two chills at the same time, but they can only be chilled up to a maximum of 35%. So if you had 2 35%, you'd be slowing the enemies by 70%. Which is it's not bad. I don't think many people take that node, but you get Elemental Storm on crit, which I don't think it's like super powerful. And then +1 limit to elemental skills, which I think this is also getting buffed to be like +2 or something like that. So skills with cooldowns, you get more use out of them. There's a lot of like, they're trying to go more combo-y in PoE 2. It does end up being a lot more one-button builds right now, but a lot of PoE 2 is like, you have like Sorcerer will be using like 4 or 5 different spells, and like 4 of them will be on cooldown, and then you have your one you spam kind of thing. That's kind of like the route they're trying to go, where it's not just like, oh, I just spam this one ability. Now, like I said, unfortunately right now people tend to boil builds down to be like one button, because that's how hard you can scale right now. But that's kind of like their goal. So things like this is kind of good because like you could be running 4 different cooldown skills and have all of them have 1 extra limit. so they basically get like an extra charge. So, there's like remnants that drop which buff skills in different ways. Each skill gem gets buffed differently based on the remnants that you pick up and stuff. This just makes remnants you create reappear once 3 seconds after being collected, so basically you get like extra remnants and shit. I think this node is also getting buffed in the next patch too. This one I know is you're, instead of 50% chance, you're guaranteed to get a different elemental infusion when you pick up one. So you basically just get permanently like double elemental infusion as you pick up. And then this node is just Arcane Surge. You just always have Arcane Surge. And then this node makes it so 20% of damage is taken from mana before life, and increases the effect of Arcane Surge per missing mana. But anyway. I feel like if you want to use an element or multiple elements, Monk is just better. At least how it sounds on paper. If you were going like full shock nuker, you could literally like one-shot every boss in the game because of double shock. But they are nerfing shock a little bit. Being able to double, like, have 200% increased damage instead of 100% increased damage with shock is pretty crazy. And then kind of like Elementalist, I didn't go over this node, but all damage from hits contribute to shock chance. So you can use skills other than just lightning to shock as well. But yeah. Chronomancer, I'm not gonna lie, I know so little about this one because it's like, some people have made some builds work with it. But like, a chance to not consume cooldown when used is just kinda eh. They get like time freeze and time snap, like different ways to like stop time and like reverse time a bit, so it's kind of like Tracer from Overwatch if you played that, where like you can rewind, like if you get like hurt or something, you can kind of rewind a few seconds. They get a whole bunch of like random like Sands of Time, Inevitable Agony, I don't know, it's all kinds of like interesting skills, but I don't think like not too many. I know there's like a recoup build. Recoup effects instead occur over 4 seconds. I've seen some people do recoup builds, but yeah. Warden had 100%. This will have 75%. Well, no, this would get up to 200%. Not 75. The shock cap in PoE 2 is 100%. And you can have 2 of them. No. That's just magnitude. That just makes it harder to the 25% less magnitude. That just makes it harder to hit the 100%. You can still hit the 100%. If you stack enough magnitude on the tree, you can still hit 100%. Magnitude is just like if your hit was gonna add 10 shocks, and you have 100%, or not shocks, but like 10% increased damage, and you have 100% increased magnitude, you're now adding 20% increased damage. So if you stack enough magnitude on the tree, you can still hit the cap of 100%. It's just this node makes it a little bit harder to do that. But you get to stack 2 of them instead of 1. So normally you're capped at 100%, but if you can apply 2 of the same shock, you can get up to 200%. Titan gets some interesting stuff with a 20 extra inventory slots. This is in the warrior side, so you know, you're gonna be more strength-based unless you, like, travel really far away. And then you get 50% increase effect of small passive skills, which is kind of cool. So any node, like, 10% recovery from flasks is now gonna be 15%. Things like that, all these little nodes are just gonna be that much better. Your hits are crushing blows, which I think more inventory that sounds like you. Right? Like heavy stunning enemies get you more damage and stuff is all kinds of like stuff with him. 15% more max life. Chance for slam skills you use cause aftershocks. So just some extra like damage of aftershocks after, and they get like ancestral boosted. I don't 100%, I haven't like played Titan, so I don't 100% know what like ancestrally boosted actually does. But basically boosting slam skills and stuff. So ideally, if you're playing Titan, you're probably playing a slammer, unless you're doing some weird tech of increasing 50%, like increasing effect of small passives. I've seen some builds go Titan just for this node. There's like some minion builds and stuff. What is a lich? A lich is over here in the witch category. Which it gets some interesting tech with the lich is you have no inherent mana regen, but you regenerate mana equal to 6% of your max life. And then 10% of damage bypasses energy shield. But your life cannot change while you have energy shield. Oh yeah, no, it's under the witch. So what this basically means is as long as you have energy shield, 10% damage is bypassing it, but then your life cannot change. So essentially what this means is a straight up 10% damage reduction. It just deletes 10% damage that's being done to you as long as you have energy shield. And there's also a helmet that does this too, and a jewel, I think. I think you can get up to almost like 30% damage reduction that just gets like straight up deleted. It's actually really OP. Lich actually has insane defenses. It's pretty nuts. They get really tanky. You can have spells consume a power charge if able to do 40% more damage. You get a jewel socket that lets you have 100% increased effect of the jewel that's socketed, but it has to be a non-unique, so you can't use any unique jewels. And then while you're on low mana, you and allies in your presence have Unholy Might, and you lose 5% max mana per second. A lot of people do this with like minion builds to give you minions Unholy Might, and you can make your Unholy Might even stronger per 100 mana to try to like, so you kind of mana stack on a minion build, and you give your minions Unholy Might that's really strong. Or you can have like the enemies cursed enemies killed by you have a chance to explode, which is it's very similar to a cultist from PoE 1. The 33% chance to explode, and then you can apply an additional curse, and curses you inflict have infinite duration. So you can just apply 2 curses and they just last forever on an enemy. So you just do it once on a boss and never have to do it again. Kind of nice. Any recommendations for a character with low clutter or not too many skill effects? I know it's not typically your playstyle, but probably a slammer would be your best bet. All the slammer abilities are pretty, like, aren't too crazy visually. No, don't listen to him. Mortar Cannon is insane. It's the opposite of what you'd be looking for. Slammer not really great on controller. You can't really manually aim. Unfortunately, PoE2's abilities are like super flashy, I will say. So maybe poison? Maybe like a poison Pathfinder? I feel like poison isn't like super bright and super like crazy flashy. I don't think. I'm trying to think of what else it would be though, but like ED Contagion Lich, I wouldn't do ED Contagion this league. I don't know. With the density reduction in maps, I mean, it would still be pretty good for leveling. Like, if you did only really care about going through the campaign, ED Contagion Lich would be really good. Essence Drain Contagion. But with the density decrease in maps, I don't know how it would feel. That one thrives off having a lot of monsters to spread it and stuff. But now there's going to be less. For example, PoE 1, Reap, and Lacerate, very low effects. Yeah, we don't really have anything like that because we don't have the Duelist in the game yet. I think all of those skills are gonna be Duelist whenever that comes out, but it's not out yet, so we really only have, like, slams from the Warrior. Crossbows... Crossbows might not be bad. Crossbows aren't too much clutter. Reap is a spell, though, is good on... Well, yeah. I don't think we have any of, like, the... I don't know, like, what's it called? The whole witch, like, blood mage is supposed to be around, like, bleeding, too. Or at least it was. Is it still like that? Bleeding you inflict on cursed targets is aggravated. Elemental damage also contributes to bleed magnitude. Thorns. I mean, Thorns is a decent. It's actually like not a like it's a little slow in sometimes, but it's actually not a bad build. Although it probably does require aiming. Cause I mean, Poison Pathfinder, that was like my first go-to. It's gonna be buffed in the next patch. It's gonna be a lot better. Like, it's already pretty good, but it's even better now. With a lot of the Pathfinder changes in the next patch. Other than that, I think crossbows would be pretty good. Going, like, either, like, as long as you stay away from using, like, mortar. Like, but, it's ranger. But yeah, the crossbows could be good. Their effects aren't too insane. I feel like it'd probably be pretty easy on controller. I bet it would just be like twin stick shooter kind of thing, where you're like walking around and aiming with the two sticks. I imagine. I don't know. I imagine that's how it would play. And crossbows get to be pretty good. Not too flashy. It's just kind of like an effect that just cones out from your bow. Crossbow. Some people play Deadeye crossbow as a ranger, or mercenary is the main crossbow boy. with either Tactician, Witch Hunter, or Gemling. There are also, well, last league there were also some Lich crossbow people too. I almost wonder if Tactician would be a better choice. I don't know. I'm just always like I have such a hard time picking what ascendancy I want to go. Last Lament Lich, yeah, I played it for a little bit. I'm just so unimpressed by Witch Hunter all the time. It's like, I mean, I guess it's just like a deal up to 40% more damage to enemies based on their missing concentration, and then when they hit full concentration, you break it. Which brings them back to 0, which then just makes you do more damage again. I don't know. It's like, in like the Culling Strike, Decimating Strike combo, it's like, it's cool and all, but it's just so lackluster. I feel like. I think my Mortar build, which Mortar build is not good, it's like terrible visual clarity, it's like probably the worst visual clarity in the game. I think I did Tactician. And I went banners and stuff. Which is probably what I'd do again if I go it. And then persistent buffs have 50% less reservation too, so you get like, it helps with the reservation and you go like full on banners and everything, and then the other points don't matter as much. The embankment auras seem pretty good, but the only bad thing about these is they're behind cannons ready, which means your totems only use skills when you fire an attack. So you would have to use an attack yourself rather than just spawning totems and running around. And what kind of fun is that, right? Who wants to actually have to attack when you're playing a totem build, right? Yeah, I don't know. I'm leaning towards the Roa. That's what you did with your first elemental hit of the spectrum. But the buffs to embankment auras seem pretty good. So it's like, it is tempting to try it. You want to actively play, so probably not for you. Yeah. Yeah, no, don't play the mortar build anyway. It's the worst screen clutter in the world. If you wanna see it, let me cluster bomb. Like,
so I'm going to quickly show how strong cluster grenades are. They're one of the last abilities you get as
this is just like baby mode right here. This person like is still in campaign.
They explode everywhere.
And you can see like how much they explode, and then when you add them to like the mortars, can I find like, it's actually insane. Man, I found this video earlier. I guess I could maybe watch. He's gotta have some like gameplay in here, right? But like, you just see like the screen just being this rapid filled up with frickin' shit. That's basically what you deal with the whole time. Oh, okay. Yeah, no problem. I gotta go to bed anyway. I love it too. I'm tempted to just do this build just because it's solid and it didn't get nerfed. You know? Like... Like, I'm pretty sure it didn't get nerfed even in the slightest, right? Like, grenades didn't even get touched. So it's just gonna be, like, just as good as it was last league, and it was pretty freaking good last league. Yeah, I don't know. I really gotta think about it, because, like... I'm worried they ninja nerfed the Roa thing, and I'm gonna screw myself by doing it, you know? But I don't know, does he have a... Did he ever add a, Oh, okay, he did throw up a Mobalytics. Um... Wait, why does it use Tabula Rasa? 6 jewel sockets. Oh, that's why, 6 jewel sockets. Interesting. And then you just companion life. How expensive is a Tabula Rasa? Pass on that one. You lose a lot of defenses from not having a chest, though. I'm a little worried about that. What is his, does it... Oh, he does have a...
Hey guys, I am your...
What is his, holy quality.
Hey guys, I am your tour guide, Kaltorak.
Okay, 6K
Today,
ES,
I am
that's
bringing you
kinda
some
low.
delicious Kaltorak's fiery chicken.
Yeah. I mean, it's got good damage. Yeah, that's killer armor pretty, like,
The core of this
easy
build
bad.
is Roa Mount.
Obviously, it's not like
Roa
this,
Mount is a minion, which means you can put Infernal Legion into it.
but
Normally, this would kill your Roa. However,
I don't know. Shit. I forgot I had my headset off, so I didn't realize that it had audio on for you guys. I'm sorry. Stupid headset keeps turning off. You leveled pretty good with Shockwave Totem and Volcanic Fissure. Did you actually do Warbringer? For yours? I didn't do Warbringer for mine. I just leveled as grenades, as a mercenary and went tactician. Yeah, I don't know. This feels a little... I'm a little worried about the 6K ES. That's kind of low for a build. Like, I don't really see any other... Yeah, especially to die, yeah, can be fairly rippy, expect to die. I think I'd rather just play my current build that I have, Here, let me show off my. Oops, that's the wrong game. Can I close? Can I stop that? Nope. PoE1 is what I loaded. Warbringer with blood magic. In a way, you went off to the burn retinas. Nice. Alright, close that. We want Path of Exile 2. Let's jump back to this scene, and let's change game capture properties. Window, Path of Exile 2. Boom. Okay. I'm gonna show off my weird build real fast, and then I'm gonna go to bed. Because this one is nice and tanky. Look at this, look at my ES once I get in. I need to rebind because I was playing a different build. There we go. So basically this is the build. I just walk around and weapon swap like this, and the Infernal Legion kills everything. God, how do I play this game? I haven't done it in forever. Here, we have a node, we have a map from our inventory still. Let's just throw it in. It's not super clear speed, but it's super tanky. So you just kind of walk through and just spam your weapon swap. And just everything dies. All I'm doing is using weapon swap right now. I just bound it to like a mouse button and then just use it. You also don't have to spam it too quickly. Like, you use it just to like spawn the minions on you too. Or you can just leave them out for a little bit and everything around them will burn. They live for a while. So as long as you do it before they die to the burning, so they don't go on cooldown. But like, it's not like a zoom build, but it's also not bad, you know? It's got fast, like, recharge, so if I do take damage, it's only, like, a second or something before... Seems like a chill mapper. Yeah, I just kind of run forward and weapon swap and things die. I can face tank pretty much everything. Leave them over there. Get stuck on a tree because I'm not used to sprinting anymore. Wow, 21 breach splinters. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I'm, like, now that I'm playing it again, it's really strong, but I don't know that I'm feeling it and the risk of it being ninja nerfed, because the only reason it really works is, one, kind of through some weird tech. The Bogfeld Commoners, you can only get 2 of these because they have different IDs. You have a chance to, you just have to keep trying, you just have to keep spectering them over and over again until you happen to get the ones with the right IDs, and you set 1 to each different weapon swap. 2, they have way higher health than any other minion, so I have mine at like 106,000 life right now, because they have like almost twice as much life as any other specterable minion. And it's like there's so many what-ifs, I feel like. Whereas I feel like the ballista character is just guaranteed to work. Either that, or I might just start Druid for fun. Like, just something Druid, and just messing around with the new skills and stuff. You've got a possible Chronomancer idea, but not sure it won't be a league starter at least. Yeah. Crypt's version will be pretty nice in point 4. Yeah, as long as the Bogfeld doesn't get nerfed. Because I'm pretty sure his version uses Bogfeld too. I think I looked at it, if you're talking about this build.
Now, this looks interesting.
It does, yeah. We'll have to see when the Spectre information comes out. Yeah, either a ninja nerf or it's gonna be in the Spectre info. Because they said they're gonna separately release info on Spectre changes. Like, even that, like, Essence just dies, like, it has, like, pretty good single target damage, at least at the point where I'm at. It's, like, giga tanky, like... I mean, it's definitely a backup character, you know? If I play something and what I play doesn't work out, and if it doesn't get nerfed, I could definitely do this again. It's, like, pretty easy to start, too. Like, all you really need is Infernal Legion and stack minion life, and you do a lot of damage through the campaign. God, I've missed WASD. Holy shit. Oh my god, I'm so excited for this to come out, man! But, like, right there, I just tanked Monkey Slam on a T16. I don't know what kind of damage mods I have, but... But yeah, just... melts the bosses. Just super chill. I missed a ritual somewhere. Oh, it must have been on the path. I guess it's down there, probably. Guess I just ran right by it. Oops. I know a lot of people talk shit about sprinting, but I kind of like it. But yeah, I don't know. Like, that was just so chill, you know? It wasn't too crazy speed-wise, but it's just such a chill build to play. Oh, look at me with all my deferring craziness before I quit. Missing Frost Blink and Dash. Yeah. No, I definitely get that. Running Assault now also grants cannot be heavy stunned while sprinting. What is Running Assault again?
So it is.
Oh, Pathfinder. Wait, which node is Running Assault on Pathfinder? Oh. It's less movement penalty. I never really went over to this node, but... I never really went over to this node all the way over here. But I guess maybe... if you just want to sprint all over the place, yeah. So does heavy stun mean you won't be knocked over? So what happens? Can you just sprint and be hit? Like, do you not get stunned at all? Or would it just have to be a natural stun? That's kind of interesting. Who knows? It's not out yet, yeah.
Have an order?
Wow, all the currency. I forgot I wasn't, so it doesn't look like I have a lot of currency. One, I put a lot of currency into my gear, I think. So that's where most of it went. But also a lot of my currency is just in random shit. Like, I have some perfect exalts and stuff that I haven't sold. I have, like, 4 omens of lights. I think if I go down to my essence tab, I have 2 essence of horrors, and all that's, like, thousands of exalts. Like, several divines each. I have a lot of currency just sitting in shit I didn't sell. Your guess is the knockdown is what's considered the heavy stun? Yeah, that'll be really interesting. Poison Pathfinder is definitely, like, alluring to me as well. I just feel like I'm not very good at building those, so... I would need, like, a guide or something, but I don't know. I don't know, I'm leaning towards the grenade build again. And then fall back to this one, either that or Druid. And just dick around on Druid. I'm not sure which I want to do yet. But... anyways, guys, I think I am going to go to bed. It's almost 7 a.m. I was supposed to get off 2 hours ago, but reading patch notes took me forever. Because I suck at reading. What do I have? 2 friend requests? No, I'm not accepting any of you. You're all just gonna try to sell me art. Denied. Okay. Yeah. Good night, guys. Hopefully you enjoyed. I don't know what I want to do. I feel like I didn't do a good job reading those patch notes. I thought about you don't want to be friends. Like 99% of the people that just add me on Discord without saying a single word to me are just trying to sell me art. It's constant. It's like 5 times a day. So I just deny everyone that adds me to a friend unless they tell me beforehand. If they're like, "Hey, I'm adding you on Discord," and there's someone I know, I just refuse everyone. And then there's also people that don't even add me as friend. They just DM me directly and try and sell me art too. it's crazy, but yeah, it's pretty spammy. But anyway, I'm trying to decide. I don't know if I want to upload those patch note reads to YouTube. Was one of them you? If one of them's you, sorry, I didn't know. Okay. But yeah. Oh, don't even know my character name. Well, it's Discord I was talking about for friends. That's my character name. But it was mostly Discord friend inviting is what I was talking about. But yeah, what's it called? By the way, I like how my name is SSF Bomber, by the way, and he's not SSF anymore. I converted him over and played him on trade. Oh, funny me. But yeah. I don't know if I'm gonna upload my patch read to YouTube. I thought about doing it, but honestly, I feel like it was so disheveled. I don't know. I feel like it wasn't great. Foam farts. Nice. Foam farts. I'm gonna add you whether you like it or not. How do you open your friends list? Foam farts. There you go. Level 21 ranger. Wow, look at you. No waifus. What? What do you mean no waifus? I don't know. Your name is it must be your name on the website, on the PoE site or something. No waifus. Hashtag 1322. Can't remember why you put that at all. Anyway, that's it for me, guys. Almost 7 a.m. and I have to take a poopy. So, in case you guys wanted that extra bit of information. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the stream. We'll be back tomorrow doing something. Honestly, I have no freaking clue what I'll be doing. All I want is PoE 2. I might just do a PoE 2 practice run tomorrow night. Maybe I might just, I don't know if I have any characters on SSF. I might just migrate all of SSF so I have nothing on there. And then just get a complete fresh start and do like a run through the game on maybe like a grenade character, or maybe try the Infernal Legion build. I don't know. I think I'm probably just gonna do grenades or druid. I think that's what it's down to. Unless I see like a league starter build that pops up and I'm like, ooh, that sounds interesting. Maybe I'll change. But most likely to play it safe, mortar into something else. Probably reroll from mortar after making some currency and stuff into maybe some kind of like cool druid build if I see anything too crazy. But yeah, thank you guys. I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye.